Good morning, everyone. We're here for the Maryland Public Service Commission case number 9625 evidentiary hearings. My name is Jennifer Grace. I'm the public utility law judge assigned to handle these matters. This matter before us today is entitled "In the Matter of the Formal Complaint of Gordon Brenne versus the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission." We can start with appearances, please.
You're on the record, Your Honor.
Thank you. With Washington WSSC.
Morning, Your Honor. Danny O'Connor on behalf of the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission. I have with me this morning our General Counsel, Amanda Kahn, and my colleague, Heather Ashbury.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Brenne, there you are, sir. You have to, hold on, sir, you're muted. You have to unmute. Do you know how to do that? I can do it for you. There you go. Oh.
Am I good?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Brenne.
Good morning. Gordy Brenne, representing Pro Se, all the wonderful larger volume users, including large families and organizations.
Yes, sir. Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning. Anna Ryan for the Office of People's Counsel.
Morning, Ms. Ryan. And staff.
You're on Catherine Mackerlane, appearing on behalf of staff counsel, and as my co-counsel, Lloyd Spivak will be appearing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I received from the parties the pre-hearing submission of the parties. Included, let's see, hang on just one second. Included within that on pages 2 to 3 are a comparison chart, and on pages 3 through 5 are stipulations. Now, obviously, we're in the COVID scenario, so the copy I received isn't signed. So I would just like to go through each of the parties and have you state whether or not you are in agreement with the pre-hearing submission. WSSC?
We are in agreement, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Brenne?
I am not in agreement. I take exception to the exhibit list.
The exhibit list. Okay. Are you in agreement with the comparison chart and the stipulations?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell me what the issue is with the exhibit list? Yes.
On last Wednesday, the 4th, I filed an exhibit list, and WSSC objected to that list. And so it's not included in the filed, pre-filed exhibit list.
Okay. I think I'm just going to let the parties know that before I answer that question, I'm going to let the parties know that I'm going to ask that you, if you're not speaking, if you'll mute yourself. Our court reporter is great in that he'll stop us if he can't hear something, but if more than 1 or 2 microphones are unmuted at the same time, there tends to be a lot of feedback. Okay. Mr. Brenne, what I'm going to do with regards to the exhibit list is I'll take those objections and make those evidentiary rulings as they come.
I don't understand that.
Okay. So at the point where those exhibits are moved to be entered into the record, I'll take any objections, and if WSSC objects, then I'll hear from both parties and make a decision on those at the time that they're entered into the evidentiary record.
when will I have an opportunity to move to enter these exhibits into the record?
You are going to go first, and so I will let you know.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Danny O'Connor, may I be heard on this issue?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I want to clarify the issue of the exhibits. What is included in the pre-hearing submission is the list of exhibits from Mr. Brenne's direct examination. And to that extent, all of the parties agreed, including Mr. Brenne, to stipulate to the admission of Exhibit B that included those exhibits. So we are approached today's hearing with the expectation and understanding that the exhibits that were contained in Exhibit B to the pre-hearing submission were to be admitted by stipulation. Since that point in time, Mr. Brenne has indeed offered additional exhibits, and those are the additional exhibits that he filed with you towards the end of last week. It is those exhibits that I understand are the subject of WSSC's objections. So I would ask that we proceed with the stipulations as written in the pre-hearing submission, with the understanding that Mr. Brenne is desiring to submit the additional exhibits that were included in his pre-hearing, in his transmission last week.
So any stipulations of fact as to that the parties enter are different from items of evidentiary importance that are moved into the record at a later date. So those are two separate decisions, and they're not related. I guess I would like more information from you on how Mr. Brenne's additional exhibits affect your stipulations of fact.
The additional exhibits that Mr. Brenne has offered do not affect our stipulation of fact.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you then. What you're asking is that the Exhibit B evidentiary hearing exhibits be admitted by stipulation by all the parties without objection, and that the additional that I take your objection to the additional exhibits as they come.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may, Gordy Brenne.
Yes, sir.
The exhibit list that I filed on Wednesday, November 4th, included my testimony and my rebuttal.
And I believe there's two other exhibits from you. Hang on just one moment. I'm working with two computers and a whole bunch of papers, so just give me 1 second.
Mr. O'Connor, when you speak, this is a court reporter. Could you speak a little louder for me? Thank you.
Yes, I can. Is that any better?
Much better, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, pardon my interruption. After you decide this issue, may we take a moment to help with the technical issue? My staff witness can't hear anything.
So, Ms. McCurlin, I would suggest that your staff witness log off and then log back on. That occasionally fixes the problems. There's also, when he logs back on, a option for an audio test.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll try those options.
Mr. Brenne, the two additional exhibits that were attached to your November the 4th filing include a water conservation plan and water conservation considerations.
That's
Is that-
correct.
Okay,
But those are not in contention. Both of those were filed out of an abundance of caution. They also appear on the current exhibit list. WSSC included them in its list of exhibits.
okay, so which are the exhibits that are in contention?
There's a list of 11 of them. It's one mail log item 232468.
All right, with regards to these exhibits, I will be making an evidentiary ruling on them and take individual objections as they are introduced into the record.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm sorry. May I be heard?
Yes.
In an effort to try to streamline this issue, I wanted to convey to the court that there are only 6 exhibits on this new list of exhibits that we have an issue with and that we would object to. So,
Okay.
Mr. Brenne just mentioned, his testimonies. We obviously don't have any objection to those coming in. I can articulate for you the exhibits that we would like you to address as part of an evidentiary ruling. And those on Mr. Brenne's list are exhibits 2A, 2B, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We would stipulate to the admission of all the other exhibits that Mr. Brenne has filed.
Okay, thank you. Office of People's Counsel. Are you in agreement with the stipulations of fact and the comparison chart?
Yes, OPC is in agreement.
Staff, are you in agreement with the comparison chart and stipulations of fact? We lose Ms. McCurlin?
Yes, staff is in agreement.
Okay, thank you. And OPC and staff, are you also in agreement with stipulating to the hearing exhibits contained in Exhibit B, and additionally the new exhibits by Mr. Brenne that were not identified as the 6 being objected to by WSSC?
OPC agrees to the stipulation of those exhibits.
Staff agrees to the stipulation of exhibits.
Okay. Now, aside, Mr. Brenne, do you agree with the stipulation to all of the exhibits as mentioned?
Yes. I guess. I'll have to move individually on the 6 contested exhibits. That's my understanding.
Yes. Okay.
Procedural matter, excuse me, Judge. As a procedural matter, it may be possible for me to introduce the 6 questionable exhibits as a redirect at the conclusion of the examination of me in each of the major sections of the comparison chart.
That's going to be up to you, but you will have that opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you.
So, as a preliminary matter, I'm going to Mr. Court Reporter, I'm going to send you a copy of this exhibit list via email. And so would you prefer that I do that or that I read this into the record? There are just around 75 exhibits.
Whichever you prefer, I'll do, Your Honor. Whichever you prefer, I'll do, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to mark and admit as Joint Exhibit 1, the Exhibit B Evidentiary Hearing Exhibits list, so that that's a part of the record. And then I'm going to accept by stipulation exhibit numbers 1 through 10 for Mr. Brenne, exhibit numbers 1 through 51 for WSSC, exhibits number 1 through 3 for staff. All of those are admitted at this time. Additionally, I will accept exhibit the November 9th, 2020 exhibit list submitted by Mr. Brenne. Does everyone have that in front of you?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're gonna renumber those. We're just gonna add a 1 in front of each of them. So exhibit 1 on that list is now exhibit 11 and will be admitted at this time. I'm gonna skip exhibit 2A and 2B, which are now 12A and 12B. Exhibit 3 will now be exhibit 13 and will be admitted at this time. I'm gonna skip exhibits 4, 5, 6, and 7. Exhibit 18 will be admitted at this time. As will exhibit 19, Mr. Brenne's direct, 20, Mr. Brenne's rebuttal, and 21, Mr. Brenne's proposed new rate structure. Looks like it's dated June 6, 2017. Is there any objection to the items that were just admitted, or is anyone unclear? Thank you, Mr. Valparigi.
We have no objection, Your Honor, on behalf of WSSC.
Gordy Brenne has no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Office of People's Counsel,
No objection from OPC.
staff,
No objection from staff.
thank you. Are there any other preliminary matters before we get started?
Yes, Your Honor, on behalf of WSSC, I just wanted to alert you and the other participants that we filed our exhibits with bookmarks and embedded connections in the table of contents, so that if you try to access our exhibits, you can do so through the bookmarks and through clicking on the exhibit in the table of contents.
Thank you.
Mhm. There's one other housekeeping matter, Your Honor, that I wanted to clarify. If you give me just a minute, I'll try to explain what that is. There's the description of the exhibits, Brenne exhibits 8 and 9 on the stipulated exhibit list. The descriptions are not correct. The exhibits themselves are. But with regard to exhibit number 8, it is actually a document that's dated September 13 of 2017, not June 13 of 2017. And it's actually called WSSC PowerPoint presentation on rate structure options. And now with regard to Brenne Exhibit 9, the date of that document is actually June 6 of 2017. And it is more appropriately called WSSC PowerPoint presentation proposed new rate structure informational meeting.
Mr. Brenne, are you in agreement with those proposed changes?
Yeah, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
The last exhibit that Mr. O'Connor cited is also on the accepted exhibit list that we just agreed to. It's item 21 as you numbered it on my exhibit list.
Okay, so we don't need to introduce item number 21 because it's a duplicate of item number 9.
Very good.
Did everybody get that? You can just nod. Okay. All right, are there any other preliminary matters? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and turn to Mr. Brenne. Brenne, can you raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Brenne, you submitted direct testimony on April 10th,
Yes.
rebuttal testimony on July 17th.
Yes.
Are those testimonies, were they prepared by you?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were to testify today as to the questions and as to the is your testimony the same today?
Yes.
Okay. And do you adopt this testimony as your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
Okay. What's going to happen, Mr. Brenne, is the parties are going to have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and then you'll have an opportunity to testify to clarify any matters that were brought up during their cross-examination. And you may introduce exhibits at that time. Do you understand?
I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll turn to Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Brenne. For the purposes of my questions this morning, I will be referring to WSSC's new 4-tiered increasing block rate structure that was adopted on June 19th, 2019, which is at issue in this case as the new rate structure. Is that okay with you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mr. Brenne, you are a customer of WSSC, are you not?
Yes.
And you filed your complaint in this matter challenging the reasonableness of WSSC's new rate structure under Article 25-102 of the Public Utilities Article, correct?
I do not recall the article citation, but I accept it if that is the correct citation.
Okay. So, but you would agree that the ultimate question for Judge Grace to decide in this case is whether WSSC's new rate structure is reasonable under that statute.
I would accept that the question as framed only if the citation that you made is correct and relevant to the standards set out in the Boltuck case. That is the entire foundation of my complaint.
Mr. Brenne, have you ever been hired by a water and sewer utility to design a rate structure for them?
I was hired by Fairfax Water in the 70s to do a cost study for them.
My question, sir, was whether you have ever been hired to design a rate structure.
I have
by-
not.
Okay, thank you. Would it be fair to say that you do not hold yourself out as an expert on
Yes,
water?
that is, I never use the word expert. That's a term of art. I refer to myself as a specialist. Thank you.
Mr. Brenne, I appreciate your testimony. May I ask that you allow me to finish my questions before you provide
Certainly.
your answers? Thank you. So just so that the record is clear, it would be fair to say that you do not hold yourself out as an expert on water and sewer utility rates or rate design. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Brenne, you have stipulated in the pre-hearing submission that it is the obligation of the WSSC commissioners to adopt water and sewer rates, correct?
That is correct.
And can we agree that it is the responsibility of those commissioners to determine which rate structure and which rates they choose to adopt?
We can agree on that.
And in adopting a new rate structure, would you also agree that it was reasonable for WSSC's commissioners to educate themselves on the rate design process, learn the rate setting principles and methods that are used in the water and sewer industry to design and develop rate structures?
I don't understand the application of the word reasonable in this context. However, I hope they did their homework.
Would you agree, Mr. Brenne, that it was reasonable for the commissioners to hire and consult with water and sewer industry rate design experts?
The same answer as before.
Which is?
I don't understand the use of the word reasonable in this context. However, I hope they did their homework.
Was it reasonable for the WSSC commissioners to seek the opinions and the recommendations of their senior management in considering what rate structure to adopt?
I'm sorry, you froze up there for about 10 seconds.
I will be happy to repeat the question. Was it reasonable for WSSC's commissioners to seek the opinions and recommendations of senior management?
Same answer as before. I don't understand the use of the word reasonable in this context. However, I do think that they should have done their homework and followed the procedures and policies of the commission.
Well, let me ask the question this way. You don't contend that it was improper for WSSC to consult with industry experts or to consult with their senior management?
I make no such contention.
And would you also agree that it was proper for them to seek input from county officials and members of
I
the
agree that it
public?
was, excuse me,
Go ahead.
I agree that it was proper.
Mr. Brenne, let me, if I may, refer you to the commission's pricing policy prioritization. And I am going to try to share a document now. Bear with me because I'm learning.
I'll be getting there too.
Learning how to do this virtually, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to bring this document up for you. Bear with me just a minute. I seem to be having some technical difficulties. Bear with me just a moment. Thank you. There we go. Mr. Brenne, do you see the exhibit book that I have published?
That looks familiar.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention, if I may, to Exhibit 19, which is the rate structure option presentation. And specifically, I'm going to refer you to page 698 of WSSC Exhibit 19. Do you see that on the screen, sir?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Brenne, do you recognize this as the commissioner's prioritization of the various pricing policy objectives they considered in adopting
Yes.
the new rate structure?
Yes.
I understand, Mr. Brenne, that you disagree with how the commissioners ranked these objectives, but my question is, can we at least agree that it was appropriate for the commissioners to consider these different pricing policy objectives,
Yes.
and that it is within their judgment and discretion to determine which of these objectives should be given the highest priority? Would you agree with that?
The commission has that responsibility.
So you would then agree that the decision of how to prioritize these objectives is a decision that rests with the WSSC commissioners. Is that right?
Outside of this case, that's correct.
Okay. And you would agree, would you not, that the ultimate issue in this case is not which rate structure is the best one for the commissioners to choose, but rather whether the new rate structure that they chose is reasonable?
I would agree with that. However, the case itself examines alternative rate structures, as did the deliberations of the commission.
Let me, if I may, show you the new rate structure, Mr. Brenne. Do you see that?
Yes. You're doing really good with this showing exhibits. I hope
Thank
I
you.
do as well.
I'm sure you will, Mr. Brenne. I'm trying. This is my first virtual hearing as well, so it's a learning curve for all of us. Directing your attention, if I may, Mr. Brenne, to WSSC Exhibit number 3, which is on PDF page 26 of our exhibits. Do you recognize that as the new rate structure?
It looks very familiar.
And would you agree, Mr. Brenne, that this new rate structure is different than the old rate structure that was at issue in the Boltuck case?
Yes.
Would you also agree that the way the new rate structure charges customers for their water is different than the way the old rate structure charged?
The way it does is different. That's correct.
The old rate structure charged customers for every drop of water they consumed at the rate of their highest tier of consumption, but the new rate structure bills customers as they consume the water through the tiers. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding.
And Mr. Brenne, you have also stipulated, have you not, that under the new rate structure, all WSSC customers are charged at the same rate for the water they consume in each tier?
I would agree with that.
Okay. I'm going to try to stop sharing this so I can see you. Hopefully I'll be able to bring it back if we need it. Mr. Brenne, I want to turn your attention briefly to the Boltuck opinion. In your testimony, you reference the proposed order of Judge Romine in the Boltuck case and the final order of the Public Service Commission in that case. My question to you is, would you agree that Judge Romine's proposed order in that case was based on the evidence that was presented to her in that case?
No, I wouldn't. And I'll tell you why. It is my experience in working with courts that judges use a variety of factors in reaching their conclusions. The evidence that's presented in the case is clearly one of the elements, but I defer to the judgment of any judge. And in the case of the Boltuck case, I simply am not inside the head of that judge, nor would I pretend to be. I know what was in the four corners of that judge's opinion, and that's all I can speak to.
Well, can we at least agree, Mr. Brenne, that the evidence that was presented to Judge Romine in that case did not include a cost of service study?
I can certainly agree to that. In fact, I have no understanding about when the last cost of service study had been done prior to that.
And conversely, Mr. Brenne, would you agree that the record in this case, of the efforts that the WSSC commissioners undertook in the design, development, and the adoption of the new rate structure is a much more comprehensive and extensive record than what was available to Judge Romine in the Boltuck case?
No, sir, I could not agree to that.
Okay. And that's because you're not familiar with the record that she was presented with?
I am only familiar with the portions of the Boltuck case that I studied. I am only familiar with the record of the new rate structure that I studied.
Mr. Brenne, you understand and would agree that WSSC is not permitted to charge customers different rates according to their customer class.
Yes, I do.
And you would also agree, would you not, that the new rate structure charges all customers according to the volume of water they consume, not their customer class? Would you agree with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And would you also agree that all WSSC customers get billed under the new rate structure according to the volume of water that passes through their meter?
I would agree with it.
And it doesn't matter why, when, or how that water is used.
I would agree with that as well. Judge, can I redirect at this point?
No, sir, you're under cross-examination. You can answer his questions. If his questions allow for a wider response, you're allowed to do that. But and you can take notes on the questions that you're wanting to respond later on to. But
right,
this is not the time for redirect.
Thank you.
Mr. Brenne, I only have a few more questions.
That's quite all right.
Let me direct your attention, if I may, to the subject of conservation. In your rebuttal testimony, you complain that there's no evidence that WSSC conducted studies to determine if the new rate structure incentivized conservation. My question to you is, would you agree that there are indeed many water utilities across the country, including utilities in Maryland, that utilize increasing block rate structures for their water rates?
The word many is subjective and not one that's in the standard vocabulary of accountants. I think it was Mr. Hilton or Mr. Standard that cited a survey of the number of the percentage of use of inclining blocks among water utilities, and it was a popular inclining block structure for water, but quite an unpopular block structure for sewer.
Mr. Brenne, are you saying that every water utility in Maryland that chooses to adopt an increasing block rate structure has to conduct a conservation study of its customers before it adopts such a structure?
No, in fact, let me be very clear on this matter. I am founding my entire complaint, my testimony, and my rebuttal on the standards as I understand them that were set in the Boltuck case. And it is standing of those standards that a conservation study, specifically a study of customer efficiency, is compelled in the design of the new rate structure by WSSC.
Mr. Brenne, would you be willing to acknowledge that the Maryland legislature has chosen the Maryland Department of the Environment as the agency responsible for regulating water resources in the state of Maryland?
I would acknowledge that. To the best of my knowledge, they're the folks in charge.
And would you also agree with me, Mr. Brenne, that the Maryland Department of the Environment is very well qualified to determine and make recommendations as to the best practices that encourage water conservation?
I have no opinion on their qualifications.
Your Honor, if I may take just a moment, I believe that's all the questions I have. I'd like to confer with my co-counsel.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm back, Mr. Brenne. The reason we have co-counsel is so that we can help each other make sure we ask the right questions. And I'd
Quite all
like
right.
to-
I am
I'd li-
limited to conversations with myself. You're doing well.
I incorrectly cited the statute under which you filed your complaint in this case. The correct statute is 25105, not 25102. So I just wanted to make that clarification for the record. And you would agree that it was that 25105 as the statute under which you filed your complaint in this case. Is that right?
I think my comment applies, as I said twice previously, and that is, I'm not a
So Mr. Brenne is paused for me.
Yeah, okay, I'm live
Your Honor,
again.
he has to start from the beginning.
Mr. Brenne, what's happening is I'm getting a message on the Cisco WebEx platform that says that you're having low bandwidth issues. It says due to low, oh, it just disappeared, and it's been going on and off. Do you have additional computers or cell phones that are plugged into your Wi-Fi that could be put on airplane mode?
I will go speak to my wife. If you'll give me a second, I just have to run upstairs. Thank you.
Sure. Let's take like a 5-minute recess,
Thank you, Your Honor.
everyone.
We're off the record.
Mr. Brenne, I told folks to take a 5-minute recess, so we have another 2 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you. Please let me know if there are further bandwidth issues.
I will, and I'm sure the court reporter will as well. I get a little yellow message that says low bandwidth. And it can have to do with having too many computers on or too many cell phones on the same Wi-Fi. Don't worry, we'll stay on top of it.
Thank you.
When we go back on the record, you are going to have to repeat your last statement because none of us could hear it.
Somebody should repeat the question then, please. That's the hazard of being 73 years old.
All right, folks. Mr. Court Reporter, can we go back on the record, please?
We are back on the record, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. O'Connor, can you restate the question so that Mr. Brennan can answer and it can be a part of the record?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. You're referring to the last question that I asked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Brenne, wouldn't you agree that the Maryland Department of the Environment is very well qualified to determine and make recommendations as to the best practices that encourage water conservation?
I have no opinion on the qualifications of the Maryland Department of Environment.
And you do not take issue with those qualifications and their recommendations, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if that concludes this segment of cross-examination, can I move to enter into the record one of my exhibits that relate
Sure.
to the cross-examination? Yes, that would be my Exhibit 5, which is the summary that I made of the Boltuck case standards for costs and conservation.
Objections?
Yes, Your Honor, we would object to that. Bear with me just a moment, if I may. Your Honor, Exhibit 5 is a restatement by Mr. Brenne of statements made in the Boltuck case, and he has added statements from his his responses to the data requests, I'm not going to object to the admission of exhibit number 5.
Any other objections? Hearing none, Mr. Brenne's exhibit number 5, which is now exhibit number 15, is admitted.
Thank you.
Office of People's Counsel, do you have any questions for Mr. Brenne?
OPC has no questions for Mr. Brenne.
Staff, do you have any questions for Mr. Brenne?
Staff has no questions for Ms. Brenne.
Okay, Mr. Brenne, this is your opportunity to clarify any of your responses that you were asked about under cross-examination. And this is your opportunity to complete the record as to your case by introduction of any other evidence that you feel is appropriate within the bounds of your cross-examination.
Good. The only thing that occurs to me, Judge, that I would like to clarify is my background and experience. One of my specialties is cost accounting. And I acquired that specialization through formal education where I received an accounting degree from the University of Illinois in 1970 and an MBA in quantitative business analysis from the University of Southern California. Following that, I was the chief fiscal officer and budget officer for the Illinois EPA. From that point, I went into consulting where I was a specialist in financial management and financial systems for Booz Allen, Grant Thornton, and PricewaterhouseCoopers, and managed practices in those areas that included cost accounting. And following that, I went to Marriott Corporation, where I was director of internal audit, and that led to a job as controller in the food service unit, where I was responsible for cost accounting. That in turn led to a private practice that I established, which included a number of cost accounting studies for a variety of commercial and government entities. That's the only thing I can think to add to what was discussed.
Mr. Brenne, all of your exhibits, with the exception of 2A, 2B, 4, 6, and 7, have been admitted.
Thank you. Well, could I move to enter those into the record?
Yes, any objections?
Yes, Your Honor. WSSC does object to exhibits 2A, 2B, exhibits 4, 6, and 7. Your Honor, these exhibits contain new testimony, commentaries, and arguments, and entirely new testimony and analysis that were not previously presented by Mr. Brenne. Specifically, exhibit number 2B contains an entirely new analysis and testimony regarding the allocation of costs from the cost of service study. Exhibits 2A, 4, and 5 contain new testimony, commentary, and argument that would be better left, we submit, to the post-hearing briefs. I have been reminded by my colleague that I'm referring to the wrong exhibit numbers since they've been relabeled. So if I may.
I'm following you.
Okay.
As contained in the November 9th, 2020 hearing exhibit list.
So exhibit what is now 12B, 12A, 14, 16, and 17 are the subjects of our objections. These were presented by Mr. Brenne to us for inclusion in the record for the first time last Wednesday. And as I say, they contain additional commentary, analysis, and arguments albeit in the form of new exhibits. I'm not sure how Mr. Brenne intends to use these exhibits, whether he simply wants to add them to the record or he intends to cross-examine our witnesses about them. But I would note, Your Honor, that you entered a scheduling order in this case which set deadlines for the pre-trial testimony and discovery that was to be conducted in this case. WSSC complied with those scheduling orders in filing our testimony and exhibits. We relied on your order and the deadlines that were set for Mr. Brenne to file his direct testimony and exhibits, as well as his rebuttal testimony. WSSC testimony and case was prepared and developed in response to the testimony and exhibits that Mr. Brenne presented in his direct and rebuttal testimony. We conducted our discovery based on Mr. Brenne's pre-filed testimony. Our witnesses have been prepared based on the testimony that was filed and the exhibits that he presented. Mr. Brenne is now seeking to expand, or as he says, amplify his testimony by offering additional analysis and commentary a week before the hearing, long after the deadlines for the testimony and discovery were concluded. And he's offered no explanation or justification as to why he failed to include these with his previous testimony. Mr. Brenne suggests that he addressed some of these issues in his testimony, but the point is that WSSC, the PSC, and OPC are all entitled to reasonable notice and opportunity to respond to Mr. Brenne's testimony, including his analyses
I'm frozen.
and the exhibits. I assume I should wait.
Yeah, if you could just pause for a second.
I paused. Thank you, Judge. I apologize for that. I lost about 10 seconds.
What I was saying, Your Honor, is that Mr. Brenne should have included all of these exhibits as part of his pre-filed testimony, and he failed to do so. WSSC, the PSC, and OPC all are entitled to reasonable notice and opportunity to respond to the analysis and testimony that Mr. Brenne proposes to offer. And it's unfair and prejudicial to WSSC and our witnesses to present these new exhibits and new analyses and new testimony 2.5 business days before the hearing and expect us and our witnesses to interrupt our preparations and develop responses. We think it would be very unfair and prejudicial if Mr. Brenne is allowed to confront WSSC's witnesses, and for that matter, the witness from the PSC staff, with these exhibits during his cross-examination. It was our understanding, Your Honor, that the purpose of today's hearing was to introduce into the record the testimony and exhibits that were previously filed and made available during the development of this case, and that today was to be devoted to cross-examining the witnesses. We do not desire to limit Mr. Brenne's right to submit a post-hearing brief based on the law and the record as presented, but we would respectfully object and request that these exhibits be excluded from the record.
Mr. Brenne.
Yes, I think Mr. O'Connor is correct that my exhibits do include material from my testimony and my rebuttal. The objection seems to be on the analytical content. It is my position that all of the remaining exhibits that are in contest tie directly into my testimony. And if I may be permitted to introduce them at the time of cross-examination, we can then discuss the merits of each specific exhibit in the context of that cross.
Okay, well then if Mr. Brenne, there is an evidentiary standard for introducing exhibits, and there is a procedure for showing specific documents to a witness upon cross-examination. If you're intending to use these in cross-examination, then I'll have to make a ruling on the admission and your ability to use them in cross-examination at that time. So as for introducing them into the record now, I'm going to deny your motion to put them into the record now, and we'll see what happens on cross-examination. I will let the parties know that I am going to be allowing briefing at the close of the evidence in this case. So there will be an opportunity at that time for the parties to give their analysis based on what's in the record. With that, Mr. Brenne, does that mean that your case for yourself is closed at this time? You have no other witnesses or any other evidence to introduce, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Then we can turn now to WSSC, Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. WSSC would call as our first witness Mr. Christopher Woodcock.
Good morning, Mr. Woodcock.
Good morning, Judge. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the evidence that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, your witness, Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan's microphone is still on and it's causing a big echo.
Mr. Brenne, can you mute your...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Woodcock.
Good morning, Mr. O'Connor.
Can you please state your full name and address for the record?
My name is Christopher P.N. Woodcock, and my address is 18 Increase Ward Drive in Northborough, Massachusetts.
And can you identify your business and your position with that business?
Yes, my business is called Woodcock and Associates Incorporated. I'm the president of Woodcock and Associates Incorporated.
I would like to address your experience, Mr.
Excuse
Woodcock,
me.
and
Excuse
your
me,
qualifications.
Mr. O'Connor.
I'm
Is
sorry?
the witness in, Your Honor?
I'm sorry.
I'm asking the judge if she swore the witness in.
I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you.
So just so that it's clear, you are declaring and affirming under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is that right, Mr. Woodcock?
I'll raise my right hand and affirm that again for the court report.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Woodcock, I'd like to address your experience and qualifications as an expert. And let me begin, if I may, by bringing up and referring you, I should say, to WSSC exhibit number 16. Do you have our exhibits before you?
I can get them, yes. I'll look at the book, exhibit 16.
Yes, please.
He said, 15, 16, yes, I have it.
Okay. And do you recognize exhibit 16 as a copy of your resume?
I do.
Does WSSC exhibit 16 fairly and accurately summarize your educational work and background, your educational background and work experience?
Yes, it does.
Can you please highlight for Judge Grace the aspects of your knowledge, training, and experience that relate to the testimony you provided and the opinions you've expressed in this case And please
Certainly.
include in your response your expertise and experience in the design and development of water and sewer utility rates and rate structures.
I will. By background, educationally, I have degrees in environmental or civil engineering and a degree in economics from Tufts University in Medford, Massachusetts. I began work out of college in 1974 for an environmental consulting firm called Camp Dresser and McKee, Inc. It has since changed its name to CDM Smith. I worked for about a year and a half at that firm as a design engineer, designing water pipes, pumps, sewer systems, parts of a wastewater treatment plant, typical sort of engineering design work. After about 18 months, I was moved to a different division that became the management consulting division of the company, whereby I worked on many water and sewer rates. When I say many, perhaps I've stopped counting, but over 300 water rate studies, over 200, maybe over 250 sewer rate studies in my career. I've worked on various bond issues and the financial feasibility studies that are required for those bond issues used to finance capital improvements programs. When they first started licensing, I was licensed by the MSRB, the Municipal Securities Regulatory Board, I believe is what it stood for, as a municipal advisor, allowing me to provide opinions on those types of analyses. I have since let that lapse as I no longer am working anywhere near as much and don't do that type of work and didn't want to pay the expense of registration. I have also held positions, elected and appointed positions in municipal public works, water and sewer departments of municipalities, worked for approximately 25 years in those capacities, again, overseeing design of a wastewater treatment plant, the beginning operations, setting sewer rates over that period of time. In addition, I've taken a very active role in professional organizations in the preparations of various manuals of practice for the setting of water and sewer rates, published. I don't know how many papers are in there. I don't know.
Mr. Woodcock, I'm going to interrupt you for a minute because I'll be asking you some questions about those aspects of your testimony as well. But let me, if I can, just clarify your experience with regard to these financial studies and cost of service studies that you described for several hundred municipalities and utilities. Did it also include designing rate structures and developing rates for those utilities?
Yes, it did. In many cases, I will say more than half. It involved detailed designs of water, wastewater rate structures, preparing cost of service analyses, everything that's involved in those, from the identification of costs through the design of water and sewer rates.
You mentioned a few minutes ago, Mr. Woodcock, that you have prepared some papers and presentations on water and sewer rates, rate structures, and financing. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
I have prepared many of those. I'm sorry that I haven't counted them up. I forget, 20, 30. I'm not sure. They're in Exhibit 16, I believe is the number. A listing of those papers that I have prepared, but there have been quite a few of those. I've been far less active in recent years as I've kind of stepped back and let younger people take over.
Have you ever been asked to teach any classes or serve as an instructor on water and sewer rates and financing issues?
I have. For probably 30, 35 years, I've been teaching various courses for primarily the New England Waterworks Association on the design and development of water rates. Excuse me. I've also done some teaching on those issues for the American Waterworks Association on a course that they provide.
Have you ever worked on any water and sewer industry practice manuals that relate to water and sewer rates, or water rates?
I have worked on numerous of those examples. For the American Waterworks Association, I was involved in the preparation of 4 or 5 manuals. Again, those are listed, excuse me, in Exhibit 16. The one of perhaps most note is the M1 manual, known as the Water Rates Manual. I think my resume says that I've been involved in the last 4 editions of those. The next edition, which will be the 8th edition of that manual, is under preparation now, and I'm working on that. So,
what was the
I
nature of
suppose
your role when it come to the M1 manual that you just described? What was the nature of your role on behalf of AWWA in its preparation and development?
Sure, it varied over time. Initially, the first few, I was a person that prepared chapters, reviewed other work, that type of thing. For the last 3, and I think this current one, which would be the 4th, I've been on the editorial committee, which basically is charged with going through everything for consistency throughout the manual, as well as making determinations as to any conflicts that people might have as to what's said, how it's said, that type of thing. I've also, before I forget, have worked for the Water Environment Federation on several of their manuals having to do with the development of wastewater or sewer rates as well. Not as an extensive role, but I have been involved in those manuals as well.
Mr. Woodcock, have you previously testified as an expert before the Maryland Public Service Commission or any other public service commission?
I have. I've prepared and given testimony before. I don't know. It's about a dozen of them. Again, those are listed in Exhibit 16, and I have indeed provided testimony, live testimony, not Zoom testimony, at the commission's offices in Maryland in a case involving, I'm drawing a blank, Cecil County, and I forget the name of the people I was working
Okay.
with.
Do you, but in those cases in which you've testified, was it within the area of expertise that you're testifying to in this case as well?
Yes, it was. It involved rate design, cost allocations, cost of service, that type of thing, exactly this type of matter.
What are the, briefly, can you explain to Judge Grace the professional and trade organizations that you belong to?
Sure, Judge Grace. I belong in the, let me start on the wastewater side, it's shorter. I belong to what's now known as the Water Environment Federation. When I joined 25, 30 years ago, it had a different name, but I am a lifetime member, have been given lifetime status in the Water Environment Federation. And I'm also a member of the New England section of that. For water, I am also a lifetime member of the American Waterworks Association, and given that status. Belonged to that for, I don't know, close to 40 years now. I'm a member of the New England Waterworks Association, and have been on various committees there having to do with rates and management. I belong to the Massachusetts, Rhode Island Waterworks Associations as well.
Thank you, Mr. Woodcock. Your Honor, at this point, WSSC would proffer Mr. Woodcock as an expert in the field of water and sewer utility rates and rate design, including cost of service studies and the development and design of water and sewer utility rate structure alternatives.
Any objection? Hearing none, Mr. Woodcock will be accepted as an expert in the stated areas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Woodcock, if you would, please turn your attention to the testimonies that have been marked as WSSC Exhibits 36 and 37.
I see those.
Exhibit 36 is your pre-filed reply testimony dated July 9 of 2020, containing 46 pages. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Exhibit 37 is your pre-filed rebuttal testimony dated September 3rd, 2020, containing 19 pages. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Mr. Woodcock, do you have any changes or corrections to be made to these testimonies?
No, I do not.
Did you participate in the preparation of these testimonies?
Yes, I did.
And were they prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
If I were to ask you today the same questions that are contained in those testimonies, would your answers be the same as the answers contained in the testimonies?
They would be, yes.
And are all the answers in those testimonies true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, they are.
And do you adopt those testimonies as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Your Honor, I believe the testimonies have already been admitted into evidence. They're listed as exhibits on the stipulated exhibit list. But for the record, I just want to confirm that. And with that, Your Honor, WSSC tenders Mr. Woodcock for cross-examination.
Exhibit 16, 36, and 37 are admitted. And I will turn to any cross-examination by Mr. Brenne.
I fear we may.
Mr. Brenne, you are muted. I sent you a request to unmute.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. I'll try and get it right the next time.
No worries.
Mr. Woodcock, in your reply to my testimony in July, you indicated in response to question 34 that you sought to minimize capacity costs that were allocated to Tier 1.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brenne. I'm looking at question 34 and exhibit 36. I'm not sure we're on the same page.
Okay, it is exhibit 36. And it's question 34.
How were water and sewer rates in each tier determined?
Yes, and as
I'm
you
sorry.
that's right. And in that response, you assert that you have to minimize the capacity costs that were allocated to Tier 1.
I'm sorry, was there a question? I missed the question, Mr. Brenne. I'm sorry.
Yes, do you find the citation where you say that you wanted to minimize the capacity costs that were allocated to Tier 1?
Can you give me the page and line number, maybe? That would help me find that. There's
Yeah, I
3 or
will.
4 pages of this question, as I recall.
I will. Let me just,
I've seen it. It's on PDF page 1223, line 16, I believe.
thank you. So when you talk about minimizing the capacity costs allocated to Tier 1, why did you select Tier 1 for minimizing capacity costs?
I believe what the answer says, and what we did there, Mr. Brenne, was we were trying to address the various policy considerations that we had been given by the WSSC commissioners. One of those policy, or one of the top 4 considerations, was the making sure that the rates were affordable. That was one of the issues that we had in mind in minimizing those capacity costs. Perhaps the biggest reason, however, though, is that small volume customers, those that are using the minimum volume that was in tier 1 do not typically place large peak demands on the system. People that are using minimal quantities of water, for example, are not irrigating lawns. They're not filling swimming pools. They're not using high quantities of water during peak demand periods. And accordingly, those people that are using that small amount of water are using a smaller share of the capacity, relative capacity, using a smaller share of that than larger volume customers.
Thank you. Would you agree that tier 2 customers might also have consumption patterns similar to those of tier 1 customers?
Let me clarify, make sure I understand what you're asking. You're calling tier 1 customers someone that uses no more than the amount of water in tier 1. I believe you're calling tier 2 customers that go beyond the tier 1 usage and into tier 2, but not tiers 3 or 4. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
I would disagree with that, what your characterization was then, Mr. Brenne. Customers that get into tier 2 are more average volume customers, and those customers do have higher peak demands than the very small volume customers. The average customers are those that approach the average customer do use water, typically to water their lawns, to meet peak demand purposes, that type of thing. So I would disagree and say they're not similar, that those customers, although not using as much as very large volume customers, certainly use a greater proportionate share of the system capacity than what you've called tier 1 customers.
Okay, let me try it a little differently. You talked about affordability in the context of minimizing the capacity costs allocated to tier 1, correct?
Yes.
Would you say that affordability is a context determination and based on each individual customer's budget for water?
I'm not following your question there, Mr. Brenne. I'm sorry.
Well, perhaps you can define affordability for me.
I'm not sure what that question means, even less.
Let me try it this way. Is it possible that customers in tier 2 have a similar affordability problem to customers in tier 1?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, absolutely. That is possible. What we were trying to do, just to be very clear on that, is we were trying to make minimum quantities of water available at a lower cost to make it affordable. And those were customers that used within tier 1 or primarily in tier 1. It might have gone into tier 2 a bit, but primarily within tier 1. That is not to say that there aren't customers that might use into tier 2 or 3 that have affordability issues, but they've chosen to use more than that minimum amount of water.
What about customers that are large families in tier 4? Would they possibly have affordability issues too?
I don't accept your premise, large family, tier 4. If you want to say large customers, sure. Or you want to try to, I'm sorry, if you want to try to repeat or rephrase that, maybe I can answer it better.
A family of 6 using an average of 55 gallons per day is billed for water in tier 4, correct?
I don't know that. No, no, not correct.
Okay. Let me try this as a matter of first principles. In the WSSC data response to the Public Service Commission, which you are among the authors that prepared that response, on page 5, you indicate that tier 3 is for 5-person households at 55 gallons per day, and tier 4 is for all remaining consumption levels. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, Mr. Brenne, I think you're conflating how we determined the tier levels with somehow being representative of family size. And that's an incorrect assumption on your part to do that. Let me just give you an example to make sure that we're on the same page here, Mr. Brenne. We could have a family of one that has a huge lawn with putting greens that uses far more water than a careful family of 6 or 8 or 10 that only uses the minimum amount of water. Family size does not determine how much water you use. And I think that's a fallacy to assume that. It may be generally true that larger groups of people will tend to use larger volumes of water, but that's not something that's definitive or can be tied. Now, we use the 55-gallon average to get what a family of 6, if they use the average, would be. But that's certainly not to say that every family of 6 uses exactly 55 gallons per person. That's the fallacy in your presumption, I think.
No, I understand the concept of average, and that's the way I was using it. I perhaps miscommunicated. So if on average, a family of 6 is using 55 gallons per day per person, they would be billed for that water in Tier 4, correct?
They would be billed for that water in Tier 1, Tier 2, and in 3 and into Tier 4. They would be billed through all tiers.
Excellent. So in Tier 4, they're being billed for water that presumes that they have less of an affordability issue than those customers in Tier 1?
Can you repeat that again?
The water that's being billed in Tier 4 for that family of 6, which on average is using 55 gallons per day per person, is it the presumption in your rate design that Tier 1 customers have more of an affordability issue that must be accommodated by minimizing capacity costs than the members of that 6-person family unit that's being billed for water in Tier 4?
No.
Thank you. So there are affordability issues across all tiers potentially.
Oh, potentially, certainly. I think I said that earlier. Yes, absolutely. If I was unclear, yes, that's absolutely true. There could be affordability issues through all of
All
them.
right, so now I'm circling back to where I started. So affordability is a household's budget for water.
I must have cut out. I think you said affordability is a household budget. I don't know. I didn't hear.
Affordability is just a word, but what does it mean in terms of design of a rate structure? Does it mean what a household can afford?
I'm not following that. Are you asking me what affordability means? I'm not sure what you're saying, Mr. Brenne. I'm sorry.
All right, we started out with your statement in your reply testimony that you were trying to minimize the capacity costs that were allocated to Tier 1. And yes, you said that by talking about the affordability of water for customers in Tier 1.
Yes.
My question to you, sir, is, are there similar affordability issues for customers, large families, large households in Tier 4 billing?
There are affordability concerns for everyone within the WSSC system. We don't have income data for those hundreds of thousands of customers, nor do we have family size data for those hundreds of thousands of customers. All we have is an address, a meter size, and how much water they use between meter readings.
Excellent. So my question is, why did you arbitrarily pick Tier 1 to minimize capacity costs?
We picked Tier 1 as a volume of water that a typical customer, 3-person customer, could use to provide them a minimum quantity of water. That's why and how Tier 1 level was picked.
I've tried every way I can to get you to say why minimizing capacity costs is fair and reasonable for Tier 1, but not for other tiers.
Mr. Brenne, let me be clear. It's fair and reasonable for everyone. The opportunity is there if you are a minimal use customer and you use a minimum quantity of water. that you can use that minimal quantity at that lower rate. There may very well be a customer that by virtue that uses lots of water that may very well have an affordability issue. However, the choice is up to that customer on how much water they use. The opportunity is being provided for them to use that minimum sanitary volume and therefore help to lower their water bill and make an essential service, water and sewer, I should say, to lower the water and sewer bill, but to make it affordable to that family.
Very good. Thank you. Let me move on, sir. In the same reply to question 40, you indicated that the structure does a much better job of promoting conservation than a uniform rate structure that the commission considered and rejected.
Can you tell me what line you're looking at on question 40? I'm sorry.
Question 40, I'm sorry, I don't have a line in my notes.
Well, what was your question again? Perhaps I can find it.
Yes, certainly. The new rate structure does a much better job of promoting conservation than the uniform rate structure that the commission considered and rejected.
Your Honor, that's on page 1227 of the PDF, line 18 through 20.
Thank you, Danny.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry. Okay, I have the reference again. I'm sorry. What was your question about that line?
Yes, you indicate that the new rate structure does a much better job of promoting conservation than the uniform rate structure. And my question to you, sir, is what evidence do you have that the rate structure, rather than just higher rates, induces conservation among WSSC customers?
I think my testimony on those lines that you're referring to is that the new rate structure, the four-step increasing block rate structure, does a much better job of promoting conservation than a uniform rate structure. I believe there's ample evidence to demonstrate that. I think I've talked about that in responses to data requests. I told you of my experience in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And again, I picked Massachusetts, because you're the one that used that as your sole source of information and expertise or specialty. You said it's not expertise. So I used Massachusetts, and I've gone ahead and I've prepared rates probably for somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of the population of Massachusetts. I understand very well how they have behaved. And over the 45 years or so of work that I have done on this, I have seen rate structures in Massachusetts, and this applies to the rest of the country as well, move from declining block, the more you use, the less you pay, to increasing block rate structures. And I have also seen the water consumption in those cases drop significantly. And I think one of the examples that I gave in a data response was the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority, where the total amount of water that they delivered, which was at about 330 million gallons a day, 330 million gallons a day in the late 80s, has now dropped down to under 200 million gallons a day. And that is despite having added a number of new customers or a number of new communities, as well as an increase in population served. The bulk of that has happened since those communities have adopted increasing block water and sewer rates, and since the Commonwealth of Massachusetts legislature has mandated all of those communities use increasing block water rates to to discourage the wasteful use of water. I'm not limited, however, in just that one example. I gave that one to you because you had relied on Massachusetts. I've worked all over the country. I've worked all over North America, and I have seen over and over that increasing block water rates have been an excellent tool to help people, to discourage people from using unnecessary quantities of water. I've reviewed a number of papers that have also found that, having to do in the Arizona, Tucson, Phoenix areas, And I've seen it firsthand in Southern California. Mr. Brenne, I'm not sure why there is any disagreement on increasing block rates causing conservation. I really don't understand your reluctance to accept this. Frankly, it seems to me similar to people not accepting climate change.
Thank you, and I'm not insulted by that at all, sir. So let me ask it differently. I'm distinguishing between the rate structure and the rates. I'm not the only person that does this. Perhaps you've seen literature that distinguishes between the impact on consumption behavior by rate structures versus rates. In fact, the whole concept behind uniform rates is that you can achieve conservation objectives while still charging customers a uniform rate, because that is reasonable based on the costs, and that is reasonable based on the conservation data for the entity that's using uniform rates. Now, you've cited Massachusetts, we're down here in Maryland. And I guess, let me repeat the question so that it's clear. Do you have any evidence that WSSC customers reduce their consumption of water in response to an inclining block rate structure versus just simply higher rates?
I think the change in water use for WSSC customers from the time they first adopted their increasing block water rates has shown a decrease. Is it only because of water rates? I can't tell you that with certainty, but that seems to be the answer, because that seems to be the answer throughout the country, throughout North America. I know you don't accept that. I'm sorry you don't accept that, but I have seen evidence that the structure of the rates, not just the level. I understand the distinction you're talking about, Mr. Brenne, and it's a fair distinction, but the actual structure of the rates, the signal that's provided to customers when they see that I am changing my rates so that those people that use larger quantities of water will now pay more for those larger, higher quantities of water, has caused people to reduce consumption.
Very good. Since you don't have data for WSSC customers that indicate whether it's the higher rate or the inclining block rate structure that has reduced consumption, we can move forward. My next question relates to conservation, sir. In your rebuttal on September 3rd, question 10, you talked about price elasticity. This would be WSSC Exhibit 36.
If you could just hold on 1 second, Mr. Brenne, while we all get there.
It's page 1263 of the PDF files for those looking.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Brenne.
You say, and I hope I quoted this correctly, customers generally will respond to price signals and reduce their consumption when price increases are clearly defined and easy to understand, particularly as it relates to their above average or discretionary uses. Have you found that one? Page 18 is what I cite.
It's PDF page 1264, lines 1 through 3.
1260, 1 through 3, okay.
Consumers generally will respond to price signals and reduce their consumption when price increases are clearly defined and easy to understand, particularly as it relates to their above average or discretionary uses.
Okay, I see that. And that's frankly what I was telling you earlier. I think that there is a consensus. I understand you don't agree with it, but I believe there is a consensus on the price elasticity of water, and that it is generally recognized that customers will respond two price signals and reduce their consumption when those increases are defined and easy to understand. I believe that's true. Again, I understand you don't agree with that, Mr. Brenne. I'm sorry you don't agree with it, but I firmly believe, I have no doubt in my mind, that is true. As an economist, I would think you would be cognizant of the fact of, supply and demand and the impacts of those.
Yes, apparently I've miscommunicated to you, sir. I do understand the concept of price elasticity, and I do agree it applies to the water commodity. Are we clear?
Well, I hear you say that, but your your testimony and your complaint says differently to me, Mr. Brenne. I'm sorry.
Well, let's move on with this question that I have for you, sir. For a 6-person family who on average are using 55 gallons per day per person and are billed in tier 4 for that consumption, would you say that the price signal is well or clearly defined and easy to understand?
Yes, I would. And let me parse that for a minute. You keep talking about a 6-person family using water in tier 4. Let me be very clear. I have no evidence or no knowledge of how much water a 6-person family uses. If there is a 6-person family using 330 gallons a day, yes, they get into tier 4. However, again, they do not pay for all that water in tier 4. What this question that you're talking about on PDF page 1264, the signal that is sent to that particular customer that uses 330 gallons a day is that as you increase your usage, as you use more and more water each day, it's going to cost you more and more. And if you continue to use high volumes of water, it'll cost more, and you should react accordingly by using less if price and cost is an issue to you. If you have $1 million and it doesn't matter, then nothing's going to change your mind. Whoop, I'm sorry, I've lost. Okay. You're back, Mr. Brenne. I'm sorry, I lost you for a minute.
Yes,
I don't know if you heard that.
yes, I did. So here's the math as I work it out. Oh, crap.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
I can hear you. I just can't see you. Yes.
Okay. Maybe if I turn off my image, that will help, Judge.
I don't know. It might.
The system automatically turns off your image when you're having low bandwidth issues, and it still says, due to low bandwidth or local computer conditions, such as CPU or RAM use, video is not currently available. So what it's doing is it's turning your video off, but I've been able to hear you without interruption.
Then I apologize for the "oh crap" exclamation. Let me back up then.
We've all been there, Mr. Brenne, no problem.
All right, so I'm wrestling with this hypothetical family of 6, which is using on average 55 gallons of water per day per person. And they're billed for that consumption in tier 4. That is above the tier 3 volume.
I think just make sure we understand the same thing, because I keep bringing this up. You keep saying they're billed for water in tier 4.
Not all the
Do you
water.
understand that they pay for some water in tier 1, some in tier 2?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure when you say that.
I'm talking about the portion of the water they're billed for in tier 4.
Yes.
So they have a price signal that says, tier 4, if you want to reduce your rate to tier 3 levels, you have to reduce your average consumption from 55 gallons per day per person. Is that correct?
No. You have to reduce your consumption from 330 gallons a day to something less than that to not pay tier 4 price rate for that water in tier 4.
I think we just said the same thing, except
I don't think we did. I don't think we did, Mr. Brenne. I'm sorry to pick with you, but you said something quite different in my
then
mind.
let me just say that I'm talking about on average the consumption per person at 55. Now, that average person in a family of 6 responding to the price signal would have to cut 9 gallons of water per day from their consumption on average, that average person, in order to get the billing to tier 3 for their last gallon of water. You with me so far?
Sure, I'll accept that. Yep.
Is that a fair and reasonable price signal?
Oh, I think it is. If I'm the head of the household in that family, and I see my bill continuing to go up into so that I'm buying some water at tier 4, and I'm worried about my price and I'm worried about conservation, even if I'm not worried about affording it, but if I'm just worried about being a good citizen and not wasting a precious resource, I will then tell the other 5 people in my household, hey, take shorter showers. Hey, turn off the sprinklers when it's raining out. Hey, don't run the water when you're brushing your teeth. We are using too much water and we're paying a higher price for that water. You need to stop doing that, other members of the household. I think that's quite a reasonable thing. And that's the hope and the expectation that that kind of signal sends that kind of message so that people within the household do behave responsibly and don't waste water.
So let me just be clear. You're saying that in a family of 6, which has got an average consumption of 55 gallons per day per person, that it's reasonable to expect them to cut their consumption down to 46 gallons per day per person in order to achieve tier 3 rates, even though tier 3 customers and tier 2 customers and tier 1 customers don't suffer the same insult. They do not have to suffer billing at the tier 4 level.
I'm not sure that's an insult, Mr. Brenne, but yes, that's exactly true. Your hypothetical customer of 6 people that all use 55 gallons a day, the concern and the problem I have with your hypothetical is we found that the average customer, if I take all the residential use, divide it by all the people in the WSSC average, that the average is 55 gallons per person per day. That is an average. And you said you understood averages. So you know that when we talk about averages, there are people that use more than that, and there are people that use less than that. What happens when you start to get larger households is some of the duplicative usage are not applicable. In other words, somebody that has a 2-person household, for example, is going to run the dishwasher every day. Somebody that has a 6-person household isn't going to necessarily run the dishwasher 3 times a day. They might have to do it 2 times a day, but there isn't that automatic increase. There are uses that are co-uses that benefit everybody in the household. And I haven't done any study of this for WSSC, but I would be very surprised if the average per capita use were not lower for larger volume users than smaller volume users. I'm going along with your hypothetical of
Thank
6
you.
times 55, but I don't think that that's necessarily true.
I'd like to build on that common ground, sir. Would you say that it's fair to ask the tier 4 family of 6 with an average consumption of 55 gallons per day to have a greater efficiency in its water consumption than an average 3-person family in tier 2 rates?
Again, you're presuming I know that there are a number of people in a household and that I can identify that.
If I may, sir,
what I'm asking,
not
if I can
making that
finish, Mr.
assumption.
Brenne, if I could finish, please.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is, and what I'm saying is that because you have a 6-person household, does not mean you need to use 3 times as much water irrigating as a 2-person household. There's no evidence that a 6-person household has a lawn that needs 3 times as much water as a 2-person household. Your assumption is that's the case and that those people do need that water. I don't make that assumption and I disagree with it.
Excellent. Now, I'm not suggesting you make that assumption. I'm saying that is built into the new rate structure.
No, it's not. That's incorrect. What you just said is not correct. We developed tiers for the WSSC rates. I'm sorry, can you still hear me, Mr. Brenne?
Yes.
Okay, we developed the tiers for the WSSC's new rates based on looking at average typical customers within the WSSC service area. That average typical customer is a residential customer, and it averages about 3 persons per household. We designed the tiers, which is distinct and different from rates. You said you understood the difference between rate level and rate design. I'm talking about tiers versus rates. Okay, and you seem to conflate those two, and that's not a proper thing to do, I don't believe.
Thank you. Let's move on, sir. In the same reply testimony, July 9th, question 33, and this is again at WS Exhibit 6. This is the reply testimony of July 9th, Exhibit 36. Question 33.
This is PDF page 1222 for everyone. I believe that's where you're looking.
Okay, and what I'm looking at specifically is a statement that Tier 4 starting at 276 gallons per day is all remaining levels of consumption.
Yes, what I'm saying there, to be clear, is that final tier is for any use, all remaining use above 276 gallons or more.
Yes. And would you agree that that rate in Tier 4 is nearly double the rate of Tier 1?
I haven't got the rate in front of me, but I'll accept your math on that.
Our neighbors in nearby counties, that would be Frederick County, Rockville, Anne Arundel County, Fairfax County, have much higher rates, gradients for, they have much lower gradients, excuse me. That is that they reach their highest rate at a much higher level of consumption. In the case of Frederick, it's 355 gallons per day, not the 276 that we have in the new rate structure. Rockville, it's 500 gallons per day. And Anne Arundel and Fairfax County have uniform rates, so they don't have a gradient issue. Did you do a local market scan when you evaluated the rate structure for alternate gradients?
No, I didn't. And let me explain that to you, because I have a real concern that you somehow believe that what Rockland or Fairfax did has some bearing here. If you can show me how those rates were developed in Rockland or in Fairfax, then I could intelligently talk to you about what they did and why they did it. Now, you said earlier you had done some rate work for the Fairfax County Water Authority. I have done rate work for the Fairfax County Water Authority, and I do have some understanding of how their rates are put together and determined. Fairfax County Water Authority buys a large chunk of water, or used to buy a large chunk of their water from the City of Falls Church. The costs that they have had for purchased water, their largest expense, does not depend on maximum day costs, maximum hour costs. It's one uniform cost. And that is one of the reasons Fairfax County has a different rate structure and different rate tiers and different rate levels. 3 very different things than they do for WSSC. For you to try to bring in any other utility, you need to go through that very same analysis of what Rockland has, what Fairfax County has, why they have it, how they determined that, the tiers, how they determined the rates. You haven't done that, and from what I know, they're not applicable to each other, and just saying, well, somebody else did this, so you should do it. I guess perhaps is the difference between a specialist and an expert, Mr. Brenne.
So I don't accept that insult either. But let me just ask you specifically about Rockville. They buy their water from WSSC. Are you aware of that?
No.
And Rockville, as I pointed out a moment ago, has a highest tier that sets in at 500 gallons per day. Nearly double the rate.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point because we're getting into a lengthy discussion about rate structures of organizations, agencies, utilities that are not at issue in this case. And there's been no demonstration that, as Mr. Woodcock has explained, that those utilities are under the same circumstances as WSSC, which, as you know, we are limited to only having one class of customers. So I've tried to be patient and allowing Mr. Brenne some latitude here, but now he's getting into asking Mr. Woodcock to testify concerning the rate structures in other jurisdictions, which goes far beyond the scope of Mr. Woodcock's examination, both his direct testimony and his rebuttal testimony.
As Mr. Woodcock has testified to the reasonableness of the rates and the rate structure here, in this case, this does not go beyond the scope of his direct examination. I'm going to allow the question, but Mr. Woodcock is to be given latitude to explain what he knows or to say that he does not know, which is what happened in the last question. So I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The context, I believe, of my last question was Mr. Woodcock's objection that the rate structure design in Fairfax might not be relevant to understanding the reasonableness of the WSSC rate structure design. So now I speak to Rockville, which is a nearby neighbor of ours that buys buys all of its water, in fact, from WSSC. So you would expect their cost structure to look similar to that of WSSC. And unlike WSSC, it reaches its highest rate at 500 gallons per day versus the 276 gallons per day of WSSC. Can you explain that, Mr. Woodcock?
Sure. Let me first apologize, Mr. Brenne. That remark I made about expertise was uncalled for, and I'm very sorry for having done that. Let me, though, get to your question. I don't have a cost of service study for Rockville showing how they came up with the tiers that they have, nor do I have any idea of what kind of situation they have in terms of all of the different policy objectives that we talked to about the commissioners of WSSC. I don't know if Rockville has gone through that kind of analysis to determine what policies should be considered. I don't know how Rockville came up with their tiers, and I don't know how Rockville came up with the rates within those tiers. If you could tell me how the answer to those three things, I might be in a position to be able to give you a comparison and an analysis of why they might be different. But in the absence of it, I don't know if Rockville just pulled the numbers out of the air or copied somebody.
That's good. Let's move on to sewer, where you know something. Again, the reply testimony of July 9th, question 55. And this is again WSSC Exhibit 36.
Okay, hold on. Let me just get to it. Question 55, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's PDF page 1241. I've got it. Yes.
In that response to question 55, you say you believe that sewer rates should have the same structure as water. Can you explain that, why you have this belief?
What WSSC is trying to do in its water and its sewer rates is to provide proper price signals and reflect other policy considerations that the board has discussed with us. For the same reasons it's applicable to water, it's applicable to sewer to consider these different criteria. It would frankly be foolhardy of us to say, oh, you need to conserve water as an example, and therefore you should have a rate structure that encourages water conservation, and then go ahead and have a rate structure for sewer that does something contrary to that. As you've seen on the bills that are included as exhibits here, people get a combined water and sewer bill. I would bet that most people within the WSSC service area have no idea what portion of their combined water and sewer bill is water and what portion of it is sewer. They look at it as all one water and sewer, one word bill. And therefore, the two are very tied together. And it's important that those policies, those considerations, and what it is that WSSC is trying to accomplish is done through the entire bill, which happens to be a combined water and sewer bill. Again, and I'm repeating myself, to split that up and go in one direction with water and a different direction in sewer would be contrary to anything that anybody would want to do.
Would you agree, sir, that the state of Maryland conservation standards do not apply to sewage?
The conservation standards apply to water, and the sewer bills are based on water, and there's certainly a link. If you're suggesting there's no link, I disagree with that.
Would you say that anybody that doesn't use the same rate structure for sewer as water in the state of Maryland is out of compliance with Maryland conservation standards?
I wouldn't say that because I have no idea what the circumstances are. You know, when you do the anybody questions, you know, or the gross generalizations, it's really not very helpful, Mr. Brenne. You need to be a little bit more specific.
I understand you're not that familiar with Maryland jurisdictions. So
I didn't say that, Mr. Brenne. What I said is when you use gross generalizations like that without any information, it makes it very difficult or impossible to try to do that analysis that you're trying to do. And you're trying to make a link that some water utilities haven't done this and are therefore out of compliance. I don't know who those some are, and I don't know if they're in compliance or not. You don't either, as far as I know. If you have evidence about that, please let us know about that, and then we can answer intelligently about your question.
Are you aware that uniform rates are more popular for sewage than for water?
I am, and I'm very aware why they are too, Mr. Brenne. I'm not sure that the Judge Grace understands this or anybody else does, because they don't do a lot of sewer rate regulation in Maryland. However, I have done an awful lot with sewer rates, as I said. And when sewer rates first became widely used was about in 1972, when the Water Pollution Control Act amendments were passed. When those were passed, there were a lot of regulations as well as statutory requirements as to financing. The federal government gave out millions and millions of dollars to finance wastewater improvements. One of the things they did as part of that program that started almost 50 years ago was to say, if we're making a federal investment, we want to make sure that you have sufficient revenues to maintain that investment that the federal government is making. And one of the things that they did in 1972 was say that a portion of the sewer charge, that portion related to operation, maintenance, and replacement, was uniform for everybody. Now, anybody that got a federal grant under that program, which is just about every utility you can think of, had to comply with those regulations or could have been subject to having to return the grant money. And what happened as a result of that, because I developed hundreds of these rates as a result of that program, was that people chose to use uniform rates because of a belief that it was required. It isn't required, but that doesn't mean people didn't do it. Since then, many utilities have gone to increasing block rates for sewer because they can, even under the federal statutes, and they can make that increasing block because of capital costs that are not covered under the operation, maintenance, and replacement parts of it. There's a good reason that people have that, and understanding the history of how we got there and why we're there might give a better understanding of why that is the case. Because it's the case doesn't mean everybody should do it always. As I explained earlier, I think it's incredibly important that if you are trying to meet various goals and policies, including water conservation, that you not have a sewer rate that sends the opposite signal to what you're doing with water. That just makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate your expansion on that belief of yours. Judge, I have one more question, I believe, for this witness. If you can allow me, I know you want to break for lunch quickly, but if this will only take a short period. This last question relates to an exhibit. Danny, I think you brought up the this exhibit earlier. It's the commission presentation, September 13th, 2017, when you were showing the commission's priorities for rate development. Would you indulge me by bringing that presentation up?
Sure. If you would, what exhibit number are you referring to, Mr. Brenne?
That's 19.
All right, I'll give you a minute. We'll give it a shot.
I appreciate it. I'm virtually conceding that you know more about putting slides up than I do, sir.
Is this the exhibit to which you're referring?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And if you take me to slide 12, I'll finish my last question for Mr. Woodcock.
And which is, can you give me the PDF reference?
I think it's, is it this one right here in the pricing considerations, right there?
No, it's where you talk about uniform rates, and it's beyond that. We're getting
Tell me when to stop.
right there. Let's go just below that. Just below that.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Does this slide look familiar, Mr. Woodcock?
It does.
You say that uniform rates are best in terms of rate stability. Is that correct?
Yes, this best, worst, largest, you understand those are comparing the 5 options in here, the uniform rates being one of those 5. It doesn't mean the best in the wide universe of the world. It's amongst those 5.
I understand.
Great.
So my question is, tell me why uniform rates are better for revenue stability.
Sure. The idea behind the increasing block water rates is to encourage wise use of water through higher prices for those excess or higher uses. And what happens, so let me take irrigation as an example here, because it's probably the best one. What we're trying to do with the increasing block water rate is discourage unnecessary irrigation of lawns, of fields, of things like that. What happens is if those uses for irrigation are very, very weather dependent. If we have hot, dry summers, people tend to water more. If we have cold, wet summers, people tend to water irrigate less. And what happens is that high-end use water at the higher tiers is where the irrigation comes from. And it is much more volatile because, as you noted earlier, it's at a higher rate than the initial blocks. So if I cut back consumption by 5%, my own individual consumption by 5%, and I'm in those higher tiers, I may drop my bill by 7, 8, 10% by doing that. That's what I mean with the revenue stability and volatility comment here, is that because of the nature of increasing block rates, trying to discourage discretionary use, there are other factors besides just the cost of water, weather being a large one. And no one knows what I don't think anybody knows what the weather is going to be over a summertime period, and therefore it's much more volatile. If we assume an average summer, we get one level of sales. If it's going to be a hot, dry summer, they'll be much higher, and those extra sales will be at the higher rate. If we assume a cold, wet summer, the difference between the average is going to be at lower rates and not have as much impact. That's what I mean by the stability of the revenue.
Very good. The last bullet on that page refers to the cost of service. Can you explain why it says that uniform rates are the closest option to cost of service?
Yeah, what I'm looking at here in those comparisons to cost of service are comparisons to the cost of service study, I forget the exhibit number, that showed what the rates would be for customers under that cost of service study. Now, as we've talked about, that cost of service study, and most cost of service studies that I'm familiar with, go through a process of functionalizing costs, allocating those costs to different types of service, maximum day capacity, metering, and then assign those to different classes of customer. And the cost of service that this is being compared to is the cost of service with different classes of customers. We can't look at different classes of customers, and though this cost of service result and the analysis that come out of it are very interesting and very instructive and show us under a condition where you can have different classes of service what those costs might be, they don't really apply to WSSC. It's a nice exercise. It's instructive in some ways, but in some ways it's of no use once we go to the allocation of those costs, distribution of those costs to the different customer classes. We looked at a number of different priorities and policies, and as you know, cost of service was one of those. What this slide is showing is how the different options, in this case, the uniform rate option, how that compares to that cost of service study. That's all it shows and no more. And I really would caution you and the judge not to put too much weight to that, because it doesn't have much weight because of the limitation of the cost of service study in allocating costs to different classes of customers.
Thank you, Mr. Woodcock. That concludes my questions for Mr. Woodcock, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Brenne. And again, I apologize.
Office of People's Counsel?
No questions from OPC.
Staff?
No questions from staff. Thank you.
I'll turn back to Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Woodcock, I just want to clarify a couple of points while we're looking at this exhibit. You still see the exhibit up on your screen?
I do, yes.
Okay. I'd like to take you a little bit further into the description of the rate structure, which is at issue in this case. And for the record, I'm referring to PDF page 716. Do you recognize this as the slide for option 4A?
I do.
Okay. Can you explain for us the basis for the tiers that are identified in the left-hand box?
Sure. The way we went about setting tiers was to look at what our customer base consists of. We don't have classes of customers, so we can't look at those. We have one class of customer, and as I've noted in my reply and rebuttal testimony, that one class of customer is overwhelmingly residential, and it's even overwhelmingly single-family residential. And what we have done is try to put tiers together that reflect that typical customer. The first tier, as I talked to Mr. Brenne about, was set to at a level that would provide a minimal amount of water that would be needed by a typical family. And that's where the 80 gallons came up. I think mathematically it came up to 76 gallons a day. That was rounded up to 80 gallons per day.
And can you make reference to the World Health Organization information that guided that decision?
I did. I'm sorry, I thought there was an objection. Yes. What we did to try to determine what minimum quantity of water was needed was to look at what World Health Organization guidance recommendations were on how much water is needed. Now, for pure existence, something in the order of 5 liters a day is all that's needed for drinking water. that's not realistic for customers within the WSSC service area. We assume that the minimal amount of water would be more than just what you would need to drink and stay alive. It would be health issues, flushing, washing, that type of thing, as well as some perhaps non-essential uses. And it comes out to about 100 liters a day, or about 26 gallons a person, that would be needed if we're looking at minimum use in WSSC. Now, I will admit to you, there's certainly some judgment on my part as to what minimum use in WSSC looks like, as compared to, you know, a family in Soweto, South Africa, for example. They're very different customers. They're very different uses. And we make judgments on that to account for the fact that we're looking at WSSC, you know, not somebody in Nigeria or, like, you know, that type of thing. So that's where the 80 gallons came from. Continuing, the 165 gallons, the next tier, was what does an average customer use? And again, as I talked to Mr. Brenne about, we looked at what the average residential use was and that was 55 gallons a day. And we looked at what the typical household was, about 3 persons a day. And that's where the 165 gallons came. So what we said is we're going to set a tier at the average consumption for the typical customer. If you use up to that amount, you'll be charged one a rate. If you start using more than average, we're going to start charging you a little more, and that goes into the third tier. We then set in this one, one of some of the other options, we didn't have this one, but in this fourth option, we picked a tier at 275 gallons a day. Frankly, that was picked in part on recognition to the arguments that Mr. Boltock had made in the previous case about large families and how they use more water and those types of assertions that Mr. Boltock had used in that case. And we wanted to recognize that, yes, there are larger families, and yes, those larger families may very well use more water than a smaller family. Not necessarily, but they probably would use more water. And that's why we put in this third tier, to recognize that there are some of those. We couldn't do much more than that because, as I've explained to Mr. Brenne, no one has information on how many people there are in a household or behind those water meters. We just don't have that information. We do know that not everybody in the service area is 3 people. Some are less, some are more.
Mr. Woodcock, let me direct your attention to that third tier and the 275 gallons per day that's referenced there. In your presentation, I'm going to flip back to page 702 of this exhibit, which is exhibit number 19 for the court reporter. This identifies considerations that you presented to the commissioners when you were presenting the rate structure to them, correct?
Yes.
And it makes reference to the fact that nearly 3/4 of the households in the WSSC service area contain 3 people or less, does it not?
It does.
And the tier 3 break, based on a 5-person household, represents 95% of the customer base of WSCC, their residential customer base, does it not?
It does.
Okay. Mr. Woodcock, I also want to make it clear and clarify that even though you develop these tier breaks based on the minimum needs for an average customer, according to the World Health Organization, the average use for the average customer, and a tier break that captures 95% of WSSC's residential customers. It's true, is it not, that WSSC doesn't bill customers according to the size of their household.
That's true.
And as far as you know, WSSC does not track or even have information with regard to the number of individuals in any given household.
That's
Isn't that
true
right?
too.
I'm going to turn your attention.
Before, Mr. O'Connor, if I could,
Go ahead.
Mr. Brenne had asked me a number of questions about other different places and what they had done. And I had told him I needed to know more about it and there were differences of it. I think this slide that you have up there is perhaps a really good example of how the tier breaks were picked in WSSC, but wouldn't necessarily be true for Fairfax or Rockville. They might be, but I don't know this. But these were based on information for WSSC. And that's the kind of analysis that needs to be done in order to make those types of comparisons.
Okay. Let me turn your attention to the subject of price signals. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that these tiers and the new rate structure sends price signals. And I want to show you what has been marked as WSSC exhibit number 33. This is an average bill.
I asked Mr. Brenne to turn off his microphone.
I'd be happy to. It's underneath the button. I need the.
Okay.
I just turned it off.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Woodcock, I'm showing you WSSC Exhibit 33. During the discovery phase of this case, we were asked to randomly produce customer bills. And Exhibit 33 is one of those with the names of the customer being redacted. It's for a billing period of 80 days from April of 20 through June 25th of 2020. And I wanted to draw you specifically to the first page, which shows customers how much water they use. Do you see that?
I do.
And it identifies, does it not, the total gallons of water that they consumed, their average gallon used on a daily basis, and it also makes reference to the average gallons used per a day by a typical person. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. I want to turn your attention now to the second page of this random bill. Now I'm referring to PDF page 1193. I want to give you an opportunity to look at this. And you'll see, do you not, that on the left-hand page of the bill, the rate structure is set forth. Do you see that?
I do.
And on the right-hand side, the charges for water and sewer are broken down, and they clearly demonstrate, do they not, how a customer is billed for the water they consume within each tier. Do you see that?
It does. I do see that, yes.
Would it be fair to say, Mr. Woodcock, that adopting a four-tiered rate structure with clearly defined tier breaks and issuing bills that delineate the actual usage of water and how it's being charged, that those practices do send clear price signals to the customers of WSSC?
I think they do. And if I could add a couple comments to that, if you could go back to the first page for a second of that exhibit, what this shows, and every customer gets this, is how my consumption is changing. In this case, this customer, their usage has gone along at one amount, and then all of a sudden has gone up to 350 gallons a day from 270 or so average, maybe less than that. And what this shows is, oh my gosh, if somebody looks at this and says, oh my gosh, my water and sewer bill has just gone up to almost $500. How can that be? Why can that be? I can see easily on this page the green bar that shows, oh, well, that's because I'm using so much water. Now, if you go to the second page, if someone's so inclined, they can go and see where, why, and how. And on this page, they can see that, I don't know, $110, $120 of that $490 bill is related to usage in that last tier. A disproportionately higher amount of the bill is related to that use. Now, I told Mr. Brenne that I would suspect that, in fact, I think I told him that I would bet that most people don't know the breakdown between water and sewer. WSSC certainly gives you that information if you want it, and you can see that. And they give you the information to show what the consequences are of that higher use that goes from the 270 to 350 gallons a day so that they can see that. I don't think this means, however, that most people would know their water and sewer. In fact, I would ask everybody on this call, this meeting, if they know what the difference between their water and sewer bill, if they have a combined bill. And I'd be very surprised, despite the fact that these are people involved in water and sewer billing. I bet most of you don't know how much of your bill is water and sewer.
Mr. Brenne also challenged you with regard to the acknowledgement and acceptance of increasing block rate structures as incentivizing conservation. Do you recall that part of your testimony?
I do.
And he asked you to identify support for the recognition that increasing block rate structures encourage conservation. My question to you, Mr. Woodcock, takes me back to the AWWA M1 manual that you referenced. Can you describe basically what that manual says and does for utilities that are attempting to establish their rates?
That manual provides a whole process of going through a cost of service study, and then in one section gets into different rate design and talks about where and why you might use different types of rate design and what those circumstances might be. One of the things that I don't have the wording in front of me, but it references is that an increasing block water rate is used to encourage water consumption and discourage wasteful water use, encourage conservation.
Let me interrupt you for just a minute. I'll read the language to you. It says, and I'm reading from page 123 of the manual, increasing block rates should be considered by a water utility when the utility would like to send a strong conservation price signal. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, frankly, I think it's a little self-explanatory. If you want to send a strong conservation price signal, you should be looking at an increasing block water rate. I would note that this isn't just a manual of practice from the American Water Works Association. I think Mr. Sakai's exhibits include information about how the state of Maryland talks about different rate structures to encourage water conservation, including increasing block water rates. This is I really believe this is widely known and accepted, and it's not just a manual from a professional organization. It's statutes in states, guidance from states, that type of thing that all acknowledge this. It isn't casual, it's real.
Your Honor, if I may have just a minute, I think I don't have any further questions to ask, but I'd like to confer with my co-counsel.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that courtesy, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have on the redirect for Mr. Woodcock.
I do not have any questions for Mr. Woodcock. Thank you for your appearance today, sir. I appreciate it. The parties wanting to take a lunch break now, or do we want to get through another witness? Mr. O'Connor?
I don't have a preference one way or the other, Your Honor. We might as well take it now, I guess. And I'm just because my anticipation is that our next witness, who is Miss Lemoyne, may be also questioned by Mr. Brenne, and I think it would be appropriate perhaps to have her have the opportunity to have lunch too. So if now is a convenient time, I guess that would be what we would prefer.
Okay.
If I may ask a quick question, if we're taking a break, do we need to log off and then reconnect to the meeting, or can we just stay connected?
You can just stay connected. The testimony is going pretty fast. I'm not expecting that it's going to be a full 2-day hearing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break until 1:15 for lunch. All right, so I'll see everyone back here at 1:15.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Off the record.
We have everybody back yet?
WSSC is here, Your Honor.
Mr. Brenne, are you here?
I'm here, Judge Gordy Brenne.
So we have staff and OPC.
OPC is ready to go.
Waiting for
That's
Mr.
here.
Brenne.
Okay, we can go back on the record.
We are on the record, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Connor, will you call your next witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. WSSC would call Miss Pamela Lemoyne to the witness stand.
Good afternoon. Apologize for forgetting to go off mute.
No worries. Ms. Lemoyne, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
Mr. O'Connor, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Miss Lemoyne. Would you please begin by stating your full name and your business address?
Yes, my name is Pamela R. Lemoyne. My address is 16305 Swingley Ridge Road, Suite 230, Chesterfield, Missouri 63017.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Black & Veatch Management Consulting, LLC.
And what is your position with the company?
I'm a principal consultant with Management Consulting.
I'd like to ask to address your experience and qualifications as an expert. Let me ask you to first turn to WSSC exhibit number 21, which I understand is a copy of your resume.
Yes,
Do you recognize that as a copy of your current resume?
I do.
And does exhibit 21 fairly and accurately summarize your educational background and work experience?
It does. It's not an exhaustive limit of all of the various projects I've worked on over the 33 plus years that I've been doing this, but it is a good representation of the types of projects that I've worked on.
Can you please highlight for Judge Grace the aspects of your knowledge, training, and experience that relate to the testimony you provided and the opinions you expressed in this case?
Certainly. Yes, so for over the past 33 or so years that I've been in the business, I've worked for a variety of different water and sewer utilities, ranging from very large regional utilities such as WSSC to small communities and municipalities. The work has included strategic financial planning, cost of service allocation studies, rate design, alternatives analyses, as well as a wide variety of other related financial and cost allocation studies. I've done a lot of work with sewer utilities in assisting them with developing long-term control plans associated with consent decrees for the sewer systems, conducting financial capability analyses and affordability studies. I've also worked with other industries as well, doing similar type work in the solid waste industry, doing just exactly the same kind of work: financial planning, cost of service studies, rate design studies, system valuation studies, and so forth. And very early in my career, I did similar work in the energy industry, along with financial analyses associated with mergers and acquisitions. But for the past 25 plus years, my work has been really focused in the water industry.
And can you give Judge Grace an idea of approximately how many water and sewer utilities you've worked for and assisted in regard to the design development of rate structures over the course of your career?
I like Mr. Woodcock had said earlier, haven't really kept a good count over the years, but certainly have conducted well over 100 cost of service and rate design studies for dozens of utilities. Some of my clients are, I have worked for a number of years, providing the same kinds of studies over multiple years, but have significant amount of experience in doing this kind of work.
Have you previously testified or been qualified as an expert in the field of water and sewer utility rates and rate design, including cost of service studies?
In 2013, I served as an expert witness on behalf of the Bank of New York Mellon, who was indenture trustee on a number of Jefferson County, Alabama warrants related to Jefferson County, Alabama's Chapter 9 bankruptcy proceedings. And I testified, I provided deposition and testified in that case.
Are you active or involved in any professional or trade organizations?
Yeah, I'm a member of the American Water Works Association as well as the Water Environment Federation, and have been for well over 25 years. Have participate in activities of the American Water Works Association, Water Environment Federation. I also am actively involved as Black and Veatch is a member of the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. Participate in committee work as well as conference presentations and so forth for that. I also currently am on the board of Environmental Protection Agency's Environmental Financial Advisory Board. I'm just beginning my third two-year term on that board. And in the last couple of years, I led one of three subgroups for a EFAB, Water Environmental Financial Advisory Board, stormwater task force that was congressionally mandated to provide a pretty comprehensive study on stormwater infrastructure financing.
Your Honor, at this time, WSSC would proffer Ms. Lemoyne as an expert in the field of water and sewer utility rates and rate design, including water and sewer utility cost of service studies. Your Honor, I think you're muted.
Any objection? Without hearing any objection, Ms. Lemoyne is accepted as an expert in the subjects as stated. And thanks for the hint on the mute.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lemoyne, let me turn your attention, if you will, to the testimony that's been marked as WSSC Exhibit number 38. I'll give you an opportunity to look at that. While you're doing that, I'm referring to your pre-filed testimony, which is dated July 9 of 2020, contains 29 pages.
Yes.
Do you recognize and can you identify WSSC Exhibit 38 as your pre-filed testimony in this case?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No, I do not.
And did you participate in the preparation of the testimony, and was it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, I did. It was.
If I were to ask you today the same questions that are contained in your testimony, would your answers be the same as the answers contained in that exhibit?
Yes.
And are all the answers in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, they are.
And do you adopt that testimony as your testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, I want to acknowledge that Ms. Lemoyne's testimony was among the exhibits that have been admitted by stipulation. And at that point, I would tender the witness for cross-examination.
WSSC exhibits 21 and 38 have previously been admitted. Mr. Brenne, do you have any cross-examination?
Mr. Brenne, I think you're muted, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent.
Judge.
Okay. Ms. Lemoyne, I'd like to start by talking about the cost of service study that you did for WSSC. And Mr. O'Connor, if you could pull up exhibit, 6, which is the phase 2 report for the cost of service study.
If you give me a moment, I will.
You're very kind, sir.
That very thing.
Mr. O'Connor, I appreciate your willingness to help out in this process.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I think we're all on a bit of a learning curve here. Bear with me just a minute. Okay, so what exhibit, Mr. Are we looking at?
Yeah, if you would be kind to go to table 26.
I'm sorry, which exhibit? The cost of service study?
The cost of service study, yes, that would be exhibit 6.
6, thank you. And
Table 26, which is pretty deep into the document.
okay, give me a minute. I'll see if I can get there. There we go. Can you see that, Miss Lemoyne?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Excellent. Ms. Lemoyne, you see the first line in table 26? This is a water analysis of existing rates. And the first, am I interpreting this table correctly? Does it say that for residential customers, the indicated revenue increase is 19.6% to match the cost of service?
Yes, under this study was conducted at a time when WSSC was pursuing legislation to be allowed to set rates based on customer class. So we utilized whatever billing information was available with regard to the designation of customer classes and conducted the cost of service study on that with that data. The results of the study, as is indicated here, does indicate that comparison of the old rate structure, the 16-tier rate structure compared to cost of service, the allocated cost of service for the residential class. And let me restate that. The existing rates of the 16-tier rate structure were 19.6% lower than the indicated cost of service.
Very good. And the third line of that table similarly indicates that non-residential customers should see a 25.6% reduction in their revenue requirements.
That is correct.
Very good. Now, we've just talked about water. Mr. O'Connor, if you could go to table 33, which is a little bit further into the document.
Sure. For the record, I'm referring now to PDF page 140.
This is Ms. Lemoyne, this is a similar table, but this time for sewer costs. And here, the first line, if I'm correct, indicates that a revenue increase of 29.1% would be required from residential customers, correct?
That's correct.
And similarly for non-residential, on the third line, a minus 34.9%, a reduction in revenues would be required. Correct?
That is what that analysis indicated, yes.
So I have a simple question, but I suspect, I'm an accountant, so I suspect there are no simple questions. Do you think the new rate structure does this?
The new rate structure was developed without consideration of customer classes, so we don't have that analysis for that. Subsequent to the completion of this study, WSSC learned that they weren't going to be able to achieve new legislation that would allow rates by customer class. So the work from that point forward was conducted reflecting one customer class.
Yes, I understand that. Would it be possible to use non-residential customers as a proxy for Tier 4 billed customers?
Well, as we've described in testimony, and I think Mr. Woodcock had described earlier this morning, when we looked at the rate structure to be implemented by WSSC, because they aren't able to have rates by customer class, we looked at what the predominant and overarching customer class is for WSSC. And roughly around 95% of the customers are residential customers. So the rate structure was based on the residential customer class.
I understand. Is it true that most of the volume in Tier 4 is non-residential?
I don't have the numbers with me as far as, we didn't do an analysis of these tiers and what rate structures or what volume resides, but certainly larger volume customers would make up the Tier 4.
Yeah, let me tell you what I think is true. Is it 93% of the customers are residential? Is that correct?
Roughly 93% residential and some additional multifamily. So overarching, the number of customers within the service area are residential, 95% or so.
So what's left is non-residential, right?
That's correct.
And we don't know the volumes of the non-residential customers on average. It could be any kind of customer ranging from a storefront office to a shop to a cement maker.
That's correct.
But it's likely, based on the design of the rate structure and the statistics gathered by your team, that most of the residential customers are in tiers 1, 2, and 3, correct?
That is correct.
The reason why I ask is I'm trying to find some way to crosswalk the cost of service study to the new rate structure, and I'll come back to that in a second. So we've talked about the cost of service study in terms of the class allocations, which are not usable for purposes of determining rates. Let's turn now to the rates that came out of the cost of service study. And I'd like to introduce my exhibit 11. I guess that's been accepted now. And I'd like to try and put that up, which is going to take half of a miracle. I see there's a share button that's not illuminated. Do I need to do something to illuminate the share button?
Hang on one second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the presenter ball from you, and or from Mr. O'Connor, and is your button now illuminated, Mr. Brenne?
Yes, it is. All right. And the procedure is I punch that, and it asks me what I want to share. And so I need to bring my document up to my screen. Is that correct? And that will be shared?
Correct.
All right. Here's the small miracle. Miracle's still in progress.
I feel your pain, Mr. Brenne.
Thank you, sir. Okie dokie. Can you see this exhibit?
Not yet.
Not yet. So I have to do another step somehow.
At the bottom of your screen, do you have an icon that's 3 dots?
Do I have an icon that's 3 dots? Yes.
You click on that.
Yep.
And do you have a share screen option?
No, I don't. The dialog box doesn't say anything about sharing.
Okay, hang on just one second. Is this what you want, Mr. Brenne?
Yes, it is. How'd you do that, magician?
Are you where you need to be?
Yes, I am. Thank you. So, Ms. Lemoyne, these are the tables I've extracted from the cost of service study. And table 37 seems closest to the current rate structure. Wouldn't you agree? The new rate structure?
No, I wouldn't, because the rates were established in a much different fashion than what the approved rates were approved. So while the tier breaks may look somewhat similar, the rate structure was developed in a different manner.
Well, that's what I was getting to, is the tier breaks. So the first tier break in the cost of service study rate analysis for table 37 was 0 to 99 versus the current rate structure, which has a first tier break of 0 to 81. And the second tier has a 100 to 249 gallons per day, whereas in the current new rate structure, the second tier is 81 to 165. And the third tier in the rate analysis, table 37, is 250 to 9,000. Well, that's quite a bit more than the new rate structure, which goes from 166 to 276. But there's some overlap, but that is perhaps the only difference. I'm sorry, the only thing that's similar. When you look at the rates, they're radically different, aren't they? When you look at the combined water sewer rates in the far right-hand column.
Again, so the tiers, the first tier is somewhat similar, 0 to 80 versus 0 to 99. The other tiers are quite a lot different. And again, the tier breaks, as well as the way in which the rates were established, were based on different methodologies. In this methodology, we looked at kind of set differentials between the tiers versus a cost-based approach to the tiers, as well as different purpose for establishing these rates via looking at if the utility could have rates by customer class, what that might look like.
I understand. Could you elaborate on what you just said? You said that you looked at this differently than a cost-based rate when you developed the new rate structure. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe we talk about it in the report. I would have to look to see where, but with the work that we did under phase 1 of the analysis, where we were working with the bi-county working group on kind of hypothetical alternative rate structures. We had not done the cost of service analysis at that point in time and had not done a billing data analysis. We were really talking to them about structures and concepts, priorities, and so forth. And so for the example rate structures that were developed at that point in time, we looked at, for the most part, breaks that were in the existing 16 tiers, just to help make it easier for the bi-county working group and ultimately the stakeholder representatives group to understand. We also looked at just differentials between the tiers based on factors, because we had not done the cost of service study at that point in time to know what those tier differentials actually would be. So we had to look at multipliers. And ultimately, it was all of that work in phase 1 that led to the structures that the bi-county working group wanted to look at in phase 2.
Right, and these rate tables came out of phase 2, correct?
They did.
Yes, and they were the only rate tables that came out of phase 2.
That is correct, because that was the purpose of the cost of service study, was to look at just the structures that came out of the phase 1 work, and looking just based on that. And then, as you know, subsequent to that was then the next phase of the work where WSSC engaged Mr. Woodcock and and I worked with him and Mr. Stannard to develop alternative rate structures based on commission priorities.
Okay. Sticking with this table 37 for a second. So, to my eyes, the most dramatic difference between rate tables that were developed as an adjunct to the cost of service study, and the new rates, as you go from lower volumes to higher volumes, the combined rate drops.
That is true. Again, in looking at rates by the estimated customer classes that we had, again, we were using just the available data that was in the billing system on a customer class basis, and looking at just these rate structures. That is how that resulted in these rates. However, again, as we indicate in the report and has been included in testimony and discussion throughout this case, it does not reflect all of the other various factors that are necessary for rate design. So in other words, the idea was that we want to understand, just solely looking at this one factor, what would it look like? And not looking at all of the other factors, including customer impact and affordability, conservation incentive, and so on and so forth.
Yes, and so to belabor the point, but that's what accountants do, this table 37 reflects costs, and it reflects a declining unit cost from lower volume to higher volume. And I guess I have a question for you. I'm just a common sense kind of guy. Not everybody agrees with that, of course. But wouldn't you agree that declining unit costs are kind of consistent with common sense? That is, that smaller customers, residential customers, taking the aggregate, use water less uniformly over time, hence accounting for additional costly distribution capacity and needed peak service periods. For example, residential users focus on water use in the morning and the evenings, before and after school and work, whereas larger businesses distribute use over at least an 8-hour period during the day without significant peak demands.
In general, yes, that is a true statement. And again, as we developed the ultimate rate structure, because we only had one rate structure or one customer class, and because the predominant rate type of customer is residential, that is what led to the development of the ultimate rate structure.
Right, and I'm going to get to that, believe me. So basically, a declining unit cost is representative of WSSC's cost structure. Is that characteristic of cost structures that you've worked with other customers, clients rather?
It really depends on the makeup of the customers within the service area and what their service needs are. So again, you can, just as an example of industrial type, very large customers, some do have low peaking factors and use water on a continual basis over 24-hour period. And as you've asserted, have very low load factors. However, depending on the type of industry and what their business is, that isn't necessarily the case. So it's really important to look at it on a utility basis.
Got it. All right, now I'm going to perform another miracle here. I'm going to pull up an exhibit that I'd like to introduce at this time, Judge. That's my Exhibit 2A, and we'll see if I can muddle through this. And I'm going to allow the defense a chance to object to it again.
Make sure I'm off mute. Your Honor, the objection that we have to this exhibit primarily relates to the commentary at the beginning of the exhibit, where Mr. Brenne is essentially offering additional testimony.
So Brenne, are you going to be using the tables in this exhibit or the paragraph at the beginning, or both?
Yes, I have a paragraph at the beginning followed by two tables that were extracted from the cost of service study. Can you see it, or is that still a work in progress?
I have pulled it up on my screen.
Okay.
So the party should be able to see it from my screen.
Okay.
Are you intending to use the tables or
yes,
the paragraph, or both?
The paragraph is just words behind the table data.
Okay, since table 23 and table 30 are from the cost of service study, I don't have a page number on that, but can we use this for reference without introducing this exhibit, Mr. Brenne?
Yeah, I don't understand the objection.
The objection is to the first paragraph as additional testimony, where it's describing the reason for this exhibit. They're not objecting to table 23 and table 30 clearly, because those are contained in WSSC Exhibit 6, I believe.
That's correct.
Right, Exhibit 6. You just indicated that you're wanting to refer to table 23 and table 30 for questioning.
That's correct.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and ask your questions regarding table 23 and table 30.
All right, we'll do that. Ms. Lemoyne, are you with us?
I am.
Okay, table 23 is a water table, and it has what is called estimated units of service. These were the basic raw engineering data that were used in the cost of service study, correct?
They were they were developed based on available billing data.
Okay, so let's turn to the 6th column, which is the max day extra data. You see that for residential, it shows 66,882?
Yes.
Okay. And for multifamily residential, it shows 21,408. So far, so good?
Yes. I'm trying to make it large enough to see here, and I'm trying to scroll back and forth.
I apologize. I have that same challenge. And then for non-residential, 7,326.
If I could interrupt for just a minute, Pam, if you look at PDF page 132.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I did pull that open. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
Okay.
So all that my text above that does is it says that, and I want your opinion on this, it looks like the combined residential, which is the sum of residential and multifamily residential for max day extra units, is much more than that of non-residential, approximately double that. Is that about right?
Without doing the math, it is true that what is shown here for residential is more than non-residential.
Right. And if you look to the right, these are all capacity data, correct? Max day, max hour?
Again, we don't use the term capacity when we're talking about water, but they are peaking factors, yes.
Okay, these are peaking factors. I like that. So in max hour, if you go to the extra, you get another set of data that have a similar relationship where the residential multifamily combined for residential are far greater than the non-residential, correct?
Correct.
It looks like significantly more. And if you turn down to table 30, we're now turning to sewer units of service, and looking at table 30, the second half deals with capacity, and I hope I'm using capacity in the right context now. With sewer, we talk about
correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Are you talking?
So 83,917 units of billed volume for residential. And this table, by the way, goes left to right instead of top to bottom. So columns are residential, single, multifamily, and then non-residential. So in this table, the residential, and that's the combination of single and multifamily, is far greater than the non-residential 39,453, right?
Correct.
For build volume. And if you look at the subtotal for infiltration and inflow, that's line 11, you have a similar relationship. The residential combination of single and multifamily is far greater than that of the non-residential, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you were using these factors, which I believe you did in the cost of service study for peak usage and capacity, water and sewer respectively, you'd end up allocating a lot of cost to residential and fewer costs to non-residential, right?
That is true. There are, and that's because 95% of the customers are residential. So you would expect the units to be substantially weighted to residential.
Yes, and so it comes as no surprise to you that the peak usage and the capacity costs are weighted towards residential users, correct?
For water.
For water and for sewer, the capacity for sewer.
I believe for sewer, I would have to go back and look at the capacity factors that were utilized for sewer.
Well, I'm talking about the cost service study now. So table 30 has the unit service data.
It has the total units, but again, as far as the factor is concerned, I don't recall off the top of my head.
When you say factors, what are you referring to?
Just the calculation of calculating that capacity flow, that kilograms per day, what that factor is.
For determining cost of service?
Correct.
Okay. So all I've done in the words, Your Honor, is basically what I just said at the top of the exhibit.
Okay, good. So your words are already in the record by way of cross-examination. They'll be in the transcript. And table 23 and table 30, we have references where they're already in the record. So I'm going to not allow exhibit 2A as an exhibit, or 12A. 12A.
Very good. Ms. Lemoyne, new question. In your data response, my goodness, this goes back to March 9th. WSSC prepared a data response to the Public Service Commission.
Do you have an exhibit number?
Yeah, well, yes, it's WSSC 48.
Okay.
In your response, you were talking about tables 37 and 41, those two that we looked at a moment ago that show the declining unit costs as a result of the cost of service study for rates. And you say that those tier rates are based on tier differentials.
I apologize, sir. I'm looking at exhibit 48 and I see that it is a WSSC discovery request to Mr. Brenne. I don't believe that's...
Oh, you know, you may be right. On page 6, do you have a page 6?
Page 6 of?
It's question B.2, and it's page 6 of that document, the March 9th document.
I believe exhibit 48 that I have is not the same document. I don't see a B and a date.
Oh my. Is there a page 6?
There is a page 6, but again, it's the WSSC discovery request to you. So it goes from request number 1-12 to 1-16.
All right, well, let's try it this way. My question is about the methodology that was used to develop the new rate structure. And you've already told us that the new rate structure couldn't rely on the cost of service study, which developed class costs. There was a process that you referred to as tier differentials that were used to recover customer class cost allocations, not specific allocations from cost components. Does that ring any bells?
Yes, again, I prefer to reference the exact response so that I don't misspeak or make things any more confusing.
Right. Well, what I'm really interested in is what methodology was used to convert class cost allocations to come up with the new rate structure costs.
Thank you. So again, we weren't able to develop a rate structure based on customer class data. However, the cost of service study was used. We functionalized the costs, and then we allocated those to all of these factors. And so the overall resulting allocation of costs for the utility was then used to recover those costs in the rate structure as we've described in our testimony.
Did you use billing volume differences? Was that part of the tier differentials?
Could you restate what you mean by billing volume differentials?
Right. Was billing volume data used to allocate costs from customer class allocations to develop the new rate structure?
The so 2007 fiscal 17 billing data was used in total, not at the customer class level, because again, at that point in time, we knew that we couldn't develop rates by customer class. So the billing data in total was used. It was billing tabulation analysis was undertaken to determine the total volume for the utility that would be billed within each of the tiers, but it wasn't done at a customer class level.
You did an excellent job of reading my mind. I admire this technology, Judge. Thank you. Yes, that's what I was getting at. So it was, you got to the volume tiers from functional costs by using billing volumes in the aggregate assigned to each volume tier.
Correct. So the data wasn't used to develop what those tiers were, but once
Correct.
the tiers were established, the bill tabulation analysis identified the total volume that would be billed within each of those tiers.
I appreciate that clarification. And in your response to this document, which we haven't found, you refer to tier differentials, and tier differentials, I think, was code words for billing volume differences between the tiers.
And the exhibit that you were looking at, what was the title of it? I mean, I know we've got exhibit number discrepancy, but
it was data response 1.
From who to who?
It may well have been from PSC to WSSC. It's WSSC Exhibit 48, that I know.
And you said that it was request B-2?
Yes.
Okay, so I think it's actually Exhibit 45. WSSC's responses to your data request number 1, perhaps?
How embarrassing.
I just want to make sure that I look and see what you're referring to here.
That may well be the case.
Okay, yeah, so I did find that. So on page 7, we don't have the line numbers in the hard copy that I'm looking at here, at least. But exhibit book page 1366.
Yep.
For those who are looking, and it states that the tiers presented in 31. So when you're talking about the tier differentials, that's why I wanted to make sure that I got back to it, so I'm accurately answering your question. This gets back to what I was stating earlier, where we did not, in this analysis, because the rate structures were example rate structures that the bi-county working group wanted to look at, and those were determined prior to the analysis being undertaken. The rates were not based on an allocation of certain costs into certain tiers as the existing rate structure was developed. Instead, as I indicated earlier, we had to rely on an assumption of differentials between the tiers. They were not cost-based because those structures themselves were developed prior to the cost of service study.
And these differentials were for billing volumes.
No, the differentials were the dollar change between each of the classes, between each of the tiers. The volume within each of the tiers were still undertaken using, at that time, fiscal 16 billing data. The tier differentials that we're talking about are the rate at which the dollar rate increased as you went to each tiers.
Oh, okay. Very good. Let's move on. Now we're into your reply testimony of July 9th, Exhibit 38. And this is question 47 response.
Which question again, sir?
47.
That would be at PDF page 1292.
Thank you.
Did you find the question? I'll give you the question that I have there.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. In question 47, you say that uniform rates came closest to costs, but were worst for affordability. And my question is, why did you say that?
Because when we look at the bill impact for those rate structures, the percent increase for those rates under that rate structure was significantly higher for the residential class than others. There's a lot more volatility between the change.
Volatility between
from the existing rate structure, the prior 16-tier rate structure to that rate structure resulted in a much more significant swing, pretty substantial swing.
For any specific tiers?
Again, we were looking at typical bill impacts for various customers. So that it'd be whatever tiers they ended up in based on the different typical bills that we were looking at.
By typical, would that have been the average family size of 3 in tier 2?
During the cost of service analysis, we weren't looking, and again, we don't know. We don't generally look at household sizes with these typical bill analysis. We look at volumes because that's really all we know is how much volume is going through the meter. So we would look at various meter sizes and volume usage and calculating that total bill. So the total bill, again, not just the volume charge, but the total bill of reflecting the ready to serve charges plus volume and looking at that impact for various customer sizes so that we can understand what the impact might be.
By customer sizes, the average family of 3 would have a gallons per day usage of 165 gallons. Is that where the analysis was done, at 165 gallons per day?
Again, during the cost of service study and looking at everything and just making that indication, we looked at a variety of different ranges from, very low, like 49 gallons per day, to very large. We looked at a range of different volumes and meter sizes. And yeah.
So I'm just going to lay my cards out on the table because that's what I do. Uniform rates are consistent across all volume levels. But when we talk about affordability, that issue seems to gear in on tier 1. At least that was the case when we had earlier testimony and cross-examination of Mr. Woodcock. When you talk about affordability, do you ever look at tier 4?
We look at the impact on customers overall, and that's when I describe typical bills. That's what we're looking at, is the total bill, and not only what the level of the rates are, but how drastic of a change is it from the prior rate structure to avoid what we call rate shock. So if we have a new rate structure that's going to cause such a huge impact on certain customer group that it could lead to affordability problems for them, that ultimately, obviously that's a concern. It's also a concern from the utility from a financial stability standpoint, because you have the risk of increased delinquencies and other issues as well. So we want to look at the typical bill impact for a variety of different customers and take that into consideration in developing a rate structure.
So if I happen to be a customer, a large family, and I'm billing water and I'm paying a bill for water in tier 4 for some portion of my consumption, would you have accounted for the fact that my bill, my rate, my billing rate would come down under uniform rates?
So we don't look at it as far as what the usage is. We look at as far as how it's being used, because we don't know that. But we look in total at 5/8 inch or 3/4 inch meter and various volume sizes and what that impact is. But again, we look at it as a total bill, the ready to serve charge plus the volume charge, because overall that is what that's what the customer is being billed, and that's what the utility needs to charge to recover its costs.
Would it be fair to say that the uniform
charge? So we looked at that in total for those customers.
So we saw in an earlier table a volume tier of 9,000 gallons per day. That's a pretty high rate of usage, isn't it?
That was one of the breaks that was discussed during the phase 1 portion of the study, and I believe that's the top tier of the old 16-tier structure, and that's why that was chosen in that one example.
So when you look at affordability, would you compare the uniform rate to what a tier 4 customer would be billed for 9,000 gallons per day?
In the typical bill analysis example, we looked at, I'll say, a variety of different meter sizes and a variety of different volumes for those meter sizes, and looked at the total bill.
All right, I'm going to move on. In question 46 of that same reply, that would be, I have it as page 47 of Exhibit 38, but you guys have a different number for PDF.
It's 1291, I believe, PDF. Page 27 of the exhibit, but 1291, is that, Judge Gresham, Mr. O'Connor, what you see? You said question 46, correct?
You know, I've just read that, and I'm sorry. You've already answered that question. I apologize.
Okay.
Can I move on to question 44, which is earlier than that in the same exhibit?
Looks like that's page 1,288.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
In your response in question 48, you were asked if 37 and 44 of the cost of service study reflect declining costs. And you said, I do not dispute that if the commission had decided to adopt a decreasing block structure, that the net effect would be of such a structure would be a decrease in the cost per gallon as more water is consumed. So basically, I'm asking, did the selection of an inclining block structure by the commission determine why the new rate structure has inclining rates versus the cost of service study?
I apologize, sir. I'm looking at question 44, and I'm not seeing that question, or can't find that portion of a response in the text.
Mr. Brenne has just referred to the first line of your answer to question 48, which is 1,292, line 22.
48. I apologize. I thought I heard 44, so I was on the wrong page.
I made the same mistake.
I thought I was looking at 44 too. I apologize. You say, I do not dispute that if the commission had decided to adopt a decreasing block structure, that the net effect of such a structure would be a decrease in the cost per gallon as more water is consumed. And my question is, did the selection of an inclining block structure by the commission explain why the new rates are different than the cost of service study?
Again, the ultimate rate structure that was selected was
Mr.
based
Brenne,
on...
you cut out. Can you restate that question?
Yes, I'd be happy to. My question is, did the selection of an inclining block rate structure by the commission determine why the new rates are different than the cost of service study?
the rate structure that was implemented by the commission, again, reflected more than just cost of service. It reflects all of the other priorities and policies that the board or that the commission needs to balance in establishing a rate structure. The rate study that was the cost of service study that was undertaken was really taking a look at the cost of service in isolation during a time period when there was hope that there could be the allowance of customer classes, and the rate structures that were evaluated based on the phase 1 work, which was done prior to the completion of the analytical analysis.
Very good. All right. I'm going to turn to questions 32 and 37 in that same reply, Exhibit 38.
Yes. So so question 32, page 1280 of the exhibit book. Is that correct?
Right. And in your response, you say that each tier's allocated costs came from functions and cost causative components, and then were allocated to tiers based on tier billing volumes. You skipped the customer class allocation step.
That is correct. Ultimately, as we've been discussing, WSSC is not allowed to have rates by customer class. So we took the results of the study for the utility as a whole with a single customer class, essentially, yep, and established the rate structure based on that single customer class.
So what I'm envisioning is that this development of the new rates structure involved two steps. One was taking costs through billing volumes to the tiers, the volume tiers, and then applying factors to get to a final rate structure. Is that correct?
So we looked at the functionalization of the costs out to the different types of activities that the utility incurs, and then allocating each of those kinds of costs as appropriate to those cost allocation factors: base, max day, max hour, for instance, in the case of water. Those allocated costs, then we looked at from within each of these tiers. We identified through the bill tabulation analysis the total volume that would be billed in each of the tiers, and allocated a portion of that portion of the volume to each of those tiers. So again, it's a single customer class, and so but the what costs got recovered within each of the tier is, as described earlier this morning and within the preceding documents, was determined, and we go through question 32 describing how each of those costs were recovered within each of those tiers.
Yes. I'm trying to come up with a name that we could use to describe the costs that you determined before you applied the factors. Do you have a name for that? Is that the baseline costs or something like that before you applied the factors to account for all the other objectives?
So when we conduct such a study, we have what we call the test year costs of service, which are all of the costs that need to be recovered through rates. So that's the utility's total revenue requirements, less revenues from any other sources, miscellaneous fees and charges and that sort of thing, provides us with that net revenue requirement. We then functionalize that net revenue requirement to supply, pumping, treatment, so forth, the appropriate types of activities or costs that are for each of the utilities. And then we allocate those costs to these cost causative components to get to the total costs within each of these.
Yes. All right. Now for a numerical, I'm going to try and pull up my Exhibit 2B. And we'll see how lucky I am at that. There it is. Can you all see that?
I can see it.
You can see it.
Your Honor, this is, if I may, this is one of the exhibits that Mr. Brenne submitted, to which we have an objection. It appears to represent a entirely new analysis of what he calls the cost of service allocations. This is an exhibit that we saw for the first time last week. It contains not only this chart, but a series of statements that he adds, statements 1 through 5. As I had indicated previously, and I would incorporate in my objection the objections that I raised previously. This is an entirely new exhibit with entirely new charts, entirely new analysis, and as I said, WSSC and Ms. Lemoyne has not been given fair notice and a reasonable opportunity to absorb this and respond to it. So we would object to Mr. Brenne questioning the witness about the contents of this exhibit, and we would object to its admissibility. Your Honor, I think your microphone's muted. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Brenne?
Yes, this is data from my work papers that I prepared when I did my testimony, and it incorporates data that was provided by Ms. Lemoyne by her reply testimony. And I'd be perfectly comfortable ignoring the footnotes in this table for purposes of the cross-examination and sticking simply to the data in the table, which was provided by Ms. Lemoyne in her reply testimony.
Mr. Brenne, is there a reason why this wasn't provided to the other parties pursuant to the procedural schedule?
It was provided in text form in my testimony and reply testimony. It was in my work papers when I prepared my testimony and reply testimony, and it took me a while to prepare it. But the data is identical to the data provided by Ms. Lemoyne in her reply testimony.
What I'm going to do, Mr. Brenne, is I'm going to allow you to ask the questions that you have to ask on this subject. However, I'm not going to allow you're welcome to show this exhibit to the witness, but I'm not going to allow this to become a part of the evidence at this time.
I understand. Thank you. Ms. Lemoyne.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. The data shown in this table represents data from your response to questions 32 and 37 in your reply testimony, correct?
It appears to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brenne, you're going to need to lay some foundation to ask these questions. It appears that what you're trying to show the witness is a table that you've put together summarizing something else. And so you're going to have to do your due diligence to familiarize the witness with what she's looking at if you want to then be able to ask questions.
I'd be happy to do that. Thank you. So in question 32, in your reply testimony of July 9th, Ms. Lemoyne, you outlined various factors that were used to arrive at the new rate structure.
Correct.
Referring to your response to question 32 for the first, oh my goodness, 4 columns, do those percentages represent the percentages that were in your reply testimony?
In looking at page 1281, lines 7 through 13, the description of Tier 1. That does seem to be correct. I will say, as far as the percentages recovered within each of those, I can't opine to anything on the table with regard to percent of total costs or anything like that.
So you do provide in your narrative response to question 32, in bullet form, the balance of costs that are assigned, the percentage of costs that were assigned to each tier. Do you see those, that as you go through the first three tiers, do you see where in your narrative in response to question 32, you said this represents X amount of the costs?
Correct.
If you were to add up those percentages of cost represented by tiers 1, 2, and 3, the balance is the percentage of total costs that end up in tier 4. So it's simply a computation, subtract from 100% the percent of costs allocated to tiers 1, 2, and 3.
I don't have that. I don't have the data up in front of me to confirm those amounts, but certainly tier 4, as I stated in the testimony, we recover the remainder of the max day costs and the max hour costs in the 4th tier. Yes.
Yes. Well, it's a pretty significant amount of money. It looks like 57.9% max day and 89.5% of max hour. These are the peak usage costs, which are a material portion of the costs. And turning to question 37, where you outlined your sewer cost factors, do you see in your narrative response the same percentages that are displayed in this table?
As far as tiers 1, 2, and 3, correct. Again, I don't have any calculation for balance of costs in tier 4.
Well, let's just take an example. For tier 1 under sewer, do you have a statement as to the percentage of costs that represents?
Certainly, yes. For the amounts that you show on the screen for volume and for tiers 1, 2, and 3 for capacity, those are stated in my testimony.
Do you have a line in your reply testimony that says this 25% represents X amount of total costs? Or tier 1 sewer?
Yes.
What is that percent?
Which one are you referring to?
Tier 1 sewer.
Tier 1 sewer. We talk about the allocated share of the individual components, but it's not total. There isn't a total. I'm sorry, I may not understand your question.
Yes. Danny, I'm going to have to indulge you. Could you pull up the reply testimony for July 9th so that I can look at it with you?
I would be happy to do so if you give me a moment.
Thank you.
What?
I'm sorry,
Judge. I mean, you're looking at page 1285, I believe. For sewer, yeah, right there.
So this is responses, as I understand it. What we're looking at now is responses to data requests. I understand, Mr. Brenne, that you're asking me to pull up Ms. Lemoyne's testimony.
I see. Okay.
Ms. Lemoyne's testimony is identified as, I misspoke. We're looking at Exhibit 38, which is the reply.
Yes.
That is the reply testimony of.
Yes.
That's what you're looking at on the screen.
Yes. Yes. So Ms. Lemoyne, just looking at this as a snapshot, under tier 1, you indicate that 100% share of the allocated costs are going to tier 1 for total volume costs. And you say that represents 29.8% of the total volume costs, correct?
Correct. And that's correct.
Okay. Now,
and those percentages are shown on the previous page, at the bottom of the previous page.
Okay. And if you go down to tier, okay, very good. So you can see that there's a considerable percentage of costs that were allocated to 276 and greater. But if you go
Yes, and just to clarify, I apologize, sir. Just to clarify that 41%, that is because 41% of the volume billed by WSSC is in that tier.
Yes, very good. Now, if we could return to where we were, the next page, thank you. So if we look at tier 2, on the first line, it says 100% of the allocated share or 20.7% of total volume costs. And
Correct.
if you go to tier 3, you'll see a similar reference to 100% of allocated share or 8.48 of total costs. If you were to add that 8.48 for tier 3, the 20.7 for tier 2, and just above it, the number that I can't see now, thank you, sir, the 29.8% of total volume, you get an aggregate for tiers 1, 2, 3 of total costs, total volume costs. And if you subtract that from 100, what's left is what ends up in tier 4. Now,
Again, and just to be clear, those percentages are those are the billed volume within each of those tiers. That is not cost, not allocation of cost. It's actually looking at how much of the volume under the new rate structure would actually be billed under tier 1, how much of the volume would be billed under tier 2, and so forth, as shown on page 1284.
yes, and similarly, when we look at capacity costs, you have a similar expression for what percentage of the capacity costs are absorbed in tiers 1, 2, and 3.
Correct. So when you look at the capacity costs for tier 1, for instance, we're allocating 25% of the capacity cost within tier 1. 29.8% of the total volume billed by WSSC is in tier 1, and that is what results in the calculation of approximately 7.45% of capacity costs being recovered in tier 1.
Exactly. And I'm focusing on that last segment. So the 7.45% of the capacity costs is absorbed by tier 1. And in tier 2, a similar number for capacity was 10.35. And for tier 3, it was 10.5. And the difference is a big number. And that's what ends up in tier 4, right?
The remaining costs are allocated or recovered in tier 4, correct?
Yeah. So let's just do this real quick. 7.45 plus 10.35 is 17.8, and then another 10.5 for tier 3 is 28.2, right? So the difference for tier 4 is 71.5, right?
I'll trust your math on that.
All right, let's go back to my table then. How do we do that, Gordy? We bring it up again.
I can see it.
Well, I can't see it. Oh, there it is. Thank you. And so you see, that's where that number comes from at the very bottom of the second to last column for sewer capacity. And the same holds true for the values under max day, max hour that end up in tier 4. They come directly out of your testimony, correct?
It appears so.
Objection, Your Honor. That's those percentages were not in Ms. Lemoyne's testimony.
The
No,
witness has just testified that she's not done the math. She said something to the effect of she'll accept your math for the purposes of the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So it appears that a substantial amount of the peak use capacity costs and a substantial amount of the sewer capacity costs end up in tier 4. And I point that out because the factors themselves look innocent. The percentage is 100%, 25, 125, and 125, 50, none, 50, 125. But when you do the math on the data, it looks pretty material. Correct?
I would just caution to you're kind of switching between the 25, 125, and one and so forth, and then switching. Oh, so those are percent of cost versus what the balance of costs are. Those are two different things.
I agree.
So
Yes.
I would caution the jumping from one to the other.
Very good. Now, let me ask you, let's do a test bore on something we discussed with Mr. Woodcock. Under the water cost component factors for Tier 1, for max day, 25% was the factor applied. And Mr. Woodcock confirmed that in his reply testimony, he said that, well, that was to minimize the capacity costs that went to Tier 1. And he went into some depth in discussing that. But the 25% is an unusual number. And the reason why I ask you this is it's a very round number. Wouldn't you agree?
It is a round number. I would just like to say, as we've talked about within our testimony, the expert team, the four of us who collaborated along with Mr. Woodcock in developing this structure, utilized our many decades or centuries of collective experience in the nature in which costs are incurred and recovered. And so while there isn't an analysis that says it should be 22.3849% or something of that sort, they are based on our collective experience. And as has been testified to within this hearing, very small volume customers really don't produce a lot of impact on the utility compared to large volume customers which would peak a lot more. But at the same time, very small, say a single person, very small volume customer living, would have some modest impact. So even though they might be peaking some, the impact on the system isn't as great. So we wanted to reflect that modest amount, but again, not looking at it in total for the utility. And again, remember that we're balancing cost of service, conservation incentive, affordability, revenue stability, rate stability, and so forth. All of those various factors in determining what these factors should be.
I understand. In fact, that's where I'm going. So thank you very much. When we look at that Tier 3 line for sewer cost components, you have 125%. Tier 3. Now, you used the team's collective professional judgment to reach that very nice round number. It's a very different number in Tier 3, 125%, than the numbers in Tier 2 and Tier 1. It appears that Tier 3 is over-absorbing capacity sewer costs. Was there a rationale for that?
In total, the utility needs to recover all of the costs related to capacity. So, and again, the percent that we're looking at is based on the volume billed within each of the tiers. So because Tier 1 is at 25%, Tier 2 is at 50%, certainly Tiers 3 and 4, relative to the volume within that tier, is going to be a higher percentage. So that overall, for the utility as a whole, it calculates to 100% of the capacity costs.
Right. I'm just these factors which come in after you've distributed costs using billing volumes to volume tiers. And these factors, accountants are always suspicious when they see round numbers. I suspect you are as well. And since the foundation is not any of the detailed units of service engineering data, which we looked at earlier in the cost of service, you can imagine the skepticism that someone like myself, an accountant, would bring to the question of where the heck did these come from? And you say, and I want to get this right, so correct me if I'm wrong. You say, well, we wanted to reflect the other factors. We wanted to reflect rate stability. We wanted to reflect affordability. We wanted to reflect conservation. There aren't any, there's no data, is there, behind how much of that factor comes from rate stability versus affordability versus conservation, is there?
That's true. So what I would first say is we didn't want to, we needed to. It's imperative that the ultimate rate structure reflect all of the policies and priorities of WSSC in order to have a reasonable rate structure. And is even the AWWA M1 manual even talk about the balancing of objectives and how to really balance those objectives. And there isn't strict math on each of those factors. That's where we often say in rate design it's based on data, but there is policy and discretion that needs to be taken into consideration based on experience in developing a reasonable rate structure.
I'm going to try and sum this up. I'm a professional skeptic. At least that's what my wife tells me. And I saw that somewhere in a Wikipedia definition of accountants. To go from the cost of service study to the new rate structure, you had to apply these factors. And these factors aren't backed up by engineering data. And in fact, they tie only through supposition and indirection to conservation, affordability, and the rest of the other objectives. Is it possible for a professional skeptic to conclude that those percentage factors decoupled the new rate structure from the cost of service study?
No, they're not decoupled from the cost of service study. Again, as we discussed, the costs, the base costs, max day costs, max hour costs, those are all based on the cost of service study.
But the percentages that you applied to those costs, 25%, 125%, 125%, 25, 50, 125%.
Those are development of the tiered rate structure itself. And at that point in time, then you do take into consider other factors as well.
Exactly. And that's admirable. I understand this balancing that you have to do. My question is, where did these percentages come from? You'll say professional judgment. I say round numbers are very suspicious. And it looks to me like those round numbers were what it took to deform a declining unit cost table in table 37 to an inclining block rate structure and decoupled the new rate structure from the cost of service study.
They're two completely different analyses that were undertaken. So again, I would assert that this rate structure is based on cost of service. It also reflects all of the different policies and priorities that we've talked about. When we look at rate design, particularly with tiered rate structures, we are looking at how to best allocate each of the the costs within each of the components, the base, max day, max hour, and so forth, in a manner that provides a rate structure that is reflective of the cost of providing service. It's recovering those costs of service within each of those cost components. It's addressing conservation considerations, revenue stability, rate stability, affordability, and so forth.
When your team went through those other priorities, did you say, well, 10%, this should be 15% for each priority?
The priorities weren't numerically rated. There again, it's a balancing act between all of them.
Okay. Well, listen, I appreciate your patience with me and my fumbling around with exhibits. That concludes my cross-examination of Ms. Lemoyne, and thank you again.
Exhibit 2B, renamed 12B, renumbered 12B, is not admitted into the administrative record and is marked for identification purposes only. Ms. Ryan, do you have any questions?
No questions from OPC.
Does staff have any questions?
No questions from staff.
Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll try to be brief. Ms. Lemoyne, you referenced in response to Mr. Brenne's questions and I have to try to find how to get this back up again. I'm trying to get the what would be our table 19, Your Honor. Pardon me, exhibit 19. And I'm trying to pull that up. So give me just a minute and I will hopefully be able to do so. Okay, hopefully you can see that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Lemoyne, in response to Mr. Brenne's questions about the impact of adopting a uniform rate, you made reference to analyses of different options, and I'm going to take you to page 708 of Exhibit 19. Do you have page 708 available?
Yes.
Is this the presentation to which you were referring when you responded to Mr. Brenne that you looked at the impact of adopting a uniform rate across different volumes of usage?
That is correct. This is a good example and what we had presented to the commissioners.
So, for example, if the commission were to have adopted a uniform rate, a single-family residential customer that consumed 26 gallons per day would experience a $13.54 increase over
Correct.
their bill. A single person household who consumed the average of 55 gallons a day, if we were to go to a uniform rate, would experience an increase of $28. Is that right?
That's correct.
If we were dealing with a customer that consumed 80 gallons per day on average, they would experience an increase in their rates of $39.27. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we can continue on. If we look, for example, at the calculation for an average family of 3 consuming 55 gallons per day, their cost on their bill would go up $43.50 if we were to adopt a uniform rate.
Correct.
That represents more than 20% increase in their bill, does it not?
It appears to be, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Lemoyne, I want to be sure that your testimony and the record is clear. When the cost of service study was developed, you did not have the benefit of the prioritization of policy objectives that the commission ultimately adopted, correct?
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Ma'am, I don't have any questions for you. I appreciate your appearance today. And you are released or you can stay as you see fit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lemoyne.
Mr. O'Connor, do you have another witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this point, we would like to call Mr. Jay Sakai.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kai. Sakai, can you raise your hand to be sworn in, please?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sakai. Can we begin by stating your name and your business address, please?
Yes, I'm Jay G. Sakai. I'm the principal and owner of Fort Tenants Consulting, LLC at 3600 Clipper Mill Road, Suite 201, in Baltimore, Maryland.
Mr. Sakai, let me direct your attention, if I may, to WSSC exhibit number 22.
Yes,
Do you recognize that as a copy of your current resume?
I do.
Does it fairly and accurately summarize your educational background and work experience?
Yes, it does.
Can you please highlight for Judge Grace those aspects of your knowledge and experience that relate to the testimony that you have provided in your pre-filed testimony, including in particular, if you would, your experience concerning implementation of water conservation measures and your oversight of water utilities through the Maryland Water Conservation Act?
Sure. I have over 30 years of experience working in the water resource arena. 23 of those years were working for a wastewater utility in Baltimore. I more recently was the water director of Maryland's Department of the Environment for 8 years between 2007 and 2015. In both of these roles, in running the utility in the city and in the management and protection of the state's water resources, I had occasion to deal with water conservation issues on a number of different fronts. In the city of Baltimore, during my tenure there, we dealt with several droughts, including a very severe drought in 2002. And the city had to formulate a response and implement mandatory conservation measures and attempt to reduce water usage in response to that drought. In the course of working as the director of the Water Management Administration in the city of Baltimore, the state is charged with, that agency is charged with the specifically the appropriation of water and the implementation of the Maryland Water Conservation Act. The act was adopted in response to a very severe drought in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and created a new statutory requirements for implementation of water conservation as a matter of policy in the appropriation of the state's waters. The agency I oversaw at the Department of the Environment was responsible specifically for implementing the Water Conservation Act and developing regulatory guidance for water utilities, and then implementing and overseeing the regulatory requirements associated with developing water conservation plans that are required for most, but not all, water utilities.
So would it be fair to say, Mr. Sakai, that over the course of your career, and specifically as the director of the Maryland Department of Environment Water Management Administration, that you developed special knowledge and expertise in the interpretation, application, and implementation, not only of Maryland's Water Conservation Act, but also federal policies, regulations, and guidance regarding water conservation and the protection of Maryland's water resources?
Yes.
And that would include the management and appropriation of surface water and groundwater in the state of Maryland, correct?
That's correct.
Did you also, in your position as the director of the Maryland Water Management Administration, have responsibility for providing policy and management direction to the administration's staff on the implementation and enforcement of the federal and state water protection statutes, regulations, and guidance?
Yes, and in particular, because the regulatory authority of the Department of Environment stems from Maryland statute, federal statute, as well as the Code of Maryland Regulations, it was a requirement of the job to be familiar with all of the laws and regulations associated with allocation of water, water quality protection, management of surface water. We also had wetland protection and surface mining responsibilities.
Did you ever have occasion, Mr. Sakai, to testify in the area of your expertise, for example, to the Maryland General Assembly or other public agencies?
Yeah, I've testified before the Maryland General Assembly numerous times as part of the job responsibility, particularly on department, testified on the department's behalf when new legislation was being proposed. We also provide briefings. I personally provided briefings for legislative committees, stakeholder groups, and also served, for instance, on the Susquehanna River Basin Commission as a state representative and the Interstate Commission on Potomac River Basin, where I testified on water conservation matters in particular.
Your Honor, WSSC would proffer Mr. Sakai as an expert in the interpretation, application, and implementation of state and federal laws, policies, regulations, and guidance regarding water conservation and the protection of Maryland's water resources, including the management and appropriation of water within the state of Maryland.
Any objection? Hearing none, Mr. Sakai will be accepted as an expert as stated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sakai, may I ask you to direct your attention to WSSC Exhibits 39 and 40.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be with you in just a minute. Exhibit 39 is your pre-filed reply testimony dated July 9, 2020, containing 19 pages. And Exhibit 40 is your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony dated September 3rd of this year, which contains 8 pages. Do you recognize those two exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And you can identify them as your pre-filed testimonies in this case?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any changes or corrections to those testimonies?
No.
Did you participate in the preparation of those testimonies, and were they prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
If I were to ask you today the same questions that are contained in your testimonies, would your answers be the same as those contained in the testimonies?
Yes, they would.
And are all the answers in your testimonies true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, they are.
So would you adopt these as your testimonies in this matter?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, once again, Exhibits 39 and 40 were the subject of the stipulation with regard to admission, so I would note that both 39 and 40, I understand, have been omitted.
Yes, sir, in addition to Exhibit 22.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, we would tender Mr. Sakai for cross-examination.
Mr. Brenne.
Unmute me. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Okay, I don't know how much you heard. Turning to your reply testimony, July 9th, Exhibit 39, USSC, question 40. Have you found that?
Give me a moment. Yes, I think I have it.
All right. In response to the question about what conservation efficiency evidence is needed to show a rate structure is reasonable, you indicate, and I quote, no independent study is required to demonstrate that its use is reasonable promoting water conservation within WSSC's customer base. Can you explain that?
Yes.
He's cutting out too much. I can't understand what he's saying.
Excellent. Question 40, you respond to a question about what conservation efficiency evidence is needed to show a rate structure is reasonable. And you indicate, and I quote, no independent study is required to demonstrate that its use is reasonable for promoting water conservation within WSSC's customer base. Can you please explain that?
Yes, sir. my response was really based on the way that the Maryland Department of the Environment would evaluate the implementation of a rate structure to promote conservation, and that under the statute and under Maryland's guidance, inclining block in particular is recognized as a conservation-oriented rate structure, a rate structure that could be adopted if a utility wanted to promote conservation. And within the context of a utility's water conservation plan and compliance with Maryland's regulatory guidance, that rate structure would be accepted as being a water conservation plan element, simply by nature of the fact that inclining block rate structures are recognized by both the state and EPA as a conservation-oriented rate structure.
Is that true for sewer as well?
I do not believe it is true for sewer.
Thank you. And those jurisdictions within Maryland that are using uniform rates for water and sewer, are they out of compliance with MDE standards or guides?
Well, I think we should be careful here about distinguishing what the Maryland statute and regulation requires with respect to water conservation and the development of water conservation plans, and compliance with the spirit and intent of the law. The Maryland's guidance and the act itself do not compel a utility to adopt any particular rate structure to be in compliance with the Water Conservation Act. Water conservation planning under the requirement of the law simply means that a utility has to adopt best practices to promote conservation within their jurisdiction. Rate pricing and conservation-oriented rates are one element, one of the best practices that is recognized, but it certainly does not compel a utility to adopt one rate structure or another. It's certainly true that there are water utilities within the state of Maryland that have compliant water conservation plans that have uniform rates. They have some have inclining block rates, and that does not necessarily mean that they're not in compliance with the water conservation requirements in Maryland.
Mr. Sakai, I missed the last 10 seconds. I apologize. You started to say it doesn't necessarily mean something.
Oh, what I was, I think what I was saying at the very end was that just because a utility, a water supplier in the state of Maryland has a uniform rate, they might even have a declining block rate structure. That doesn't mean they're not compliant with Maryland's law. Maryland law does not require that a utility have a uniform rate or inclining block rate to have an acceptable water conservation approach.
Thank you. That answers my question. Are you familiar with the Boltuck case and how it ruled on conservation standards?
I have read the case.
Would you say, in light of the Boltuck case standards, that the new rate structure is reasonable?
Well, you know, I guess the characterization of the Boltuck case.
Your Honor, may I make an objection? Mr. Brenne is asking this witness about Boltuck case standards, and we take issue with his suggestion that that case creates evidentiary standards, as you can see from our comparison chart.
Yes, sir. The witness may answer the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What I would say is, Mr. Brenne, is that I've read the Bolta case, and it's my opinion that the PSC was relying on representations from Judge Romaine that WSSC had failed to submit sufficient evidence to make the case that their old rate structure, their original 25-year-old 16-tier rate structure, was intended to promote conservation. So I guess from as a former regulator, I would tell you that the standard that Maryland applies with respect to reviewing the utility's compliance with the water conservation law does not require a utility to actually study the effects after the fact of a rate design to demonstrate that it's achieving water conservation.
Does it require that they study the effects before the rate design?
Does not.
So customer efficiency and use is not at issue with Maryland standards.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by standards. What I can tell you is that from a regulatory perspective, if, for instance, MDE was to review a utilities water conservation plan, the part of its regulatory oversight under the permit review, for instance, that if a utility represented as one element of its plan that it had a conservation-oriented rate structure vis-a-vis an inclining block rate structure, that on the face of it, MDE would accept that as evidence of an effective implementation of one of the best practices that's described under the statute, without requiring that to be demonstrated, proven through studies, or demonstrated with data.
That standard is quite different than the standard Judge Romaine applied in the Bolta case. In the Bolta case, Judge Romaine asked for studies that would demonstrate that customer efficiency was improved by the rate structure.
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor.
Well, I'm only remarking, sir, because Mr. Sakai said in no uncertain terms that no evidence is needed to show a rate structure is reasonable. And that may be true under Maryland standards, but that may not be true under the precedents of the Bolta case.
Mr. Brenne, you're making a statement at this point, but I don't think that there's a question involved.
I apologize. You're correct. So, Mr. Sakai, I apologize for veering off the script here. Let me ask you a question about a product that you produced in August of 2018, water conservation considerations. That's WSSC Exhibit 24. Yeah, oh, you probably have that one committed to memory. You authored that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You offer no data about WSSC customer efficiency in that analysis of water conservation considerations. Was that not in the scope of the work product?
That's correct. That was not in the scope of that work product. What I can tell you is that the document you're referring to was prepared and submitted during the initial consideration of rate structure policy considerations for the commissioners. And my role the purpose of the document you're referring to was simply to describe for the commissioners all of the various reasons why water conservation was an important consideration in what was going to be the ongoing development of the rate structure. They ultimately, I think, took into consideration that testimony and all of the feedback from the stakeholder groups, and decided that water conservation was the second most important policy consideration in what became a process to revise the rate structure.
Did the scope of the water conservation considerations work product include a review of WSSC's lost water?
Not specifically. And you refer to this as a study. This report, this white paper that was developed, that I developed, was not intended or ever described as a study of WSSC's water conservation efforts. The context of that, of my testimony in that document in particular, was to point out to the commissioners, for the commissioners' education, the various regulatory, policy, planning, and regulatory drivers of water conservation, including their prominent role within the Interstate Commission on the Potomac River Basin, which works collectively with other utilities to ensure that the water withdrawals from the Potomac are being well managed. There was a whole host, and there were many different issues that I highlighted that described to the commission why water conservation was important and should be maintained.
Can I ask you, sir, in your analysis of the things that you thought were important to present to the commission, why did you exclude WSSC's lost water rate?
Well, I didn't really go out of my way to exclude anything. What I did was highlighted those areas that I thought needed to be highlighted with respect to WSSC's historic promotion of water conservation. This has been a long-standing policy objective for WSSC, and it's been driven by a lot of different considerations. Demand management in terms of long-term facility planning was a consideration. The fact that water conservation is really integral to how the utility has worked with Prince George's and Montgomery County on capacity planning. It's been an integral, it's been an integral process in terms of making sure that they can limit the amount of water that they have to pull out of the Potomac River. So there was the purpose of that white paper was really just to identify the broad overarching policy objectives related to water conservation for the commissioners.
Sir, are you familiar with an industry standard for lost water?
I'm aware that there are a number of targets, and this really goes back to my time with the city of Baltimore, that utilities try to reduce and minimize the amount of lost water, unaccounted for, what they call unaccounted for water. The standard that we used in the city of Baltimore was roughly 15%. I know that utilities, and WSSC is one of them, is a utility that monitors and reports water loss
Ever since the Boltuck case, that's correct.
Well, it goes, sir, it goes well beyond and before the Bolta case. The water loss, the reporting of water loss as a condition of permit and tracking by the utilities has been around for many, many decades.
So do you know what the most recent lost water rate was for WSSC?
I'm sorry, sir, I do not. I did not review that.
Would it shock you if I told you it was 18.2%?
I think in my experience, in working with other utilities, that's a pretty reasonable number.
That's higher than the old rust bucket rate that you quoted for Baltimore of 15%, correct?
Well, I can tell you right now that there's the number, there's a lot of variance in the number. 50% was a goal. The city of Baltimore's current water loss number, off the top of my head, was something in the neighborhood of 28%.
That's pretty bad, isn't it?
Well, I think characterizations of good or bad
That's lost revenue.
I'll leave that to you. There's, the issue about water audits is an important one, the water loss, and it's an integral part of Maryland's water conservation planning strategy. It's one of the first required elements under a water conservation plan. So when the state of Maryland asks the utility to submit a water conservation plan, they expect the utility to do a good job of monitoring water loss, and if the number is particularly high, to try to do as much as it can to find out why it's losing water.
You read my mind, sir. If I were to tell you that in 1998, WSSC's water rate was, I'll have it for you in a second, 20%, and I just told you it was 18.2% for 2019. Hasn't changed much in 20 plus years. Shouldn't that be a factor in the water conservation plan, that WSSC produces? Shouldn't that have been red flagged by the state?
I'm not sure what you mean by red flag. If the question is, would an 18% water loss be something that would be identified as a problem during a permit review by the Maryland Department of the Environment that was examining a utility's request to withdraw additional water, I would say that an increasing rate of water loss would be a concern. And I can tell you that there has been evidence. My regulatory experience has told me that when confronted with a water appropriation permit request and a very high loss rate of water, that the department has required additional water audit and water loss evaluation to be conducted as a condition of a permit approval.
Very good. That concludes.
Mr. Brenne, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm back, and thank you. That concludes my cross-examination of Mr. Sakai. Thank you.
Thank you.
Office of People's Counsel?
OPC has no questions.
Staff?
Staff has no questions.
Mr. O'Connor?
Thank you, Your Honor. To your knowledge, Mr. Sakai, has the MDE approved WSSC's water appropriation permit applications and the conservation plans submitted with it? Or to put it differently, have they been granted the water appropriation permits that relate to those submissions?
Well, since I'm no longer with the agency, I can't tell you what the agency has done since I've left them. But my knowledge, to my knowledge, the department has a water conservation plan that has been approved by the Department of the Environment. The way that I know that I've seen the plan and I've seen the approved permit.
Without getting too far afield, would you be willing to acknowledge, Mr. Sakai, that water loss is impacted by a multitude of factors and can vary from one utility's circumstances to the next?
Water loss is, it's defined in a number of different ways, but the way that most utilities deal with unaccounted for water is it's the difference between what you meter and bill and what you produce. And there's lots of reasons why, if you have a lot of water main breaks, those are all sources of water. There have been circumstances where there have been firefighting usage has been very high and elevated. That's an unaccounted for use of water. So there are lots of reasons why water loss may go up or down. What the regulatory agency looks for during the appropriation process is a long-term trend. So if a utility over the course of a decade or two has gone from 10 or 15, 20% to 30 or 40%, that would certainly, in Mr. Brenne's parlance, raise some flags. But it is expected, it's a number that is expected to vary quite a lot in the normal course of doing day-to-day business.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Your Honor, could I introduce into evidence the WSSC lost water report, which I cite as Exhibit 7 in the contested exhibit list?
Your Honor.
Mr. Brenne, you did not use that exhibit in your cross-examination.
I quoted from it.
But you didn't refer to it in your cross-examination. I'm going to deny introduction of that exhibit at this time. Mr. Sakai, thank you very much for your testimony today and for your appearance here in this manner. Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our next witness would be Mr. Joseph Beach.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Beach.
Hello.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give this afternoon will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Beach, would you please begin by providing your name and your business address?
My name is Joseph Beach, the Deputy General Manager for Administration for the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission. We're located at 14501 Schweitzer Lane in Laurel, Maryland.
Mr. Beach.
Your Honor, can we get Mr. Brenne to mute his microphone?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Beach, permit me, if you would, to direct your attention to the testimonies that have been marked as WSSC Exhibits 41 and 42.
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 41 as your pre-filed testimony dated July 9, 2020, containing 20 pages?
Yes, I do.
And Exhibit 42 is your pre-filed rebuttal testimony dated September 3rd, 2020, containing 4 pages.
Yes.
And you recognize those as your pre-filed testimonies in this matter?
I do.
Do you have any changes or corrections to those testimonies?
No, I don't.
Did you participate in their preparation and were they prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
If I were to ask you today the same questions that are contained in your testimonies, would your answers be the same as the answers contained in the testimony?
Yes, they would.
Are all the answers in your testimonies true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, they are.
And do you adopt these as your testimonies in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, with regard to WSSC Exhibits 41 and 42, these two also have been previously admitted by the stipulation of the parties.
Yes, sir.
I would tender the witness for cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Brenne, and don't forget to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Beach, it's good to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brenne.
Thank you for carving out time from your very busy schedule to meet with us today. I want to start with a reply testimony that you made on July 9th and specifically question 14, excuse me. That's Exhibit 41 for WSSC.
Okay.
You indicate in that reply that the uniform rate was not recommended for reasons outlined in Ms. Reed's, that's the general manager, CEO of WSSC's November 1st, 2017 memo. And you include conservation, rate stability, and affordability as reasons for why, and as she cites in that memo, the uniform rate was not recommended. Well, why did, I guess we're going to have to pull up Ms. Reed's November 1st memo, and I think I can do that from my end. Let me try. There she blows. Okay. Page 4.
I'm sorry, I don't see it.
Mr. Brenne, you're gonna have to click it looks like a little folder with an arrow up button. It should be at the bottom of your screen to share your content.
Oh my.
It looks like an icon with the bottom portion of a box with an arrow in the middle.
Share.
If you put your cursor over it.
Okay, so. There, can you see it now?
I do not.
No, sir.
You cannot. This is WSSC Exhibit 13. Mr. O'Connor, can you pull it up?
Let me try, if I may, Mr. Brony.
Thank
you.
you.
If I have any more success.
Just a second, Mr. O'Connor, and I'll give you privileges. Okay, you should be able to do it now if you have it up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, which exhibit are we looking at? 13?
Yes, Exhibit 13.
There we go. You see it? Is it shared with you?
Yes, I see.
Okay.
If we could go to the bottom of page 4.
Okay. There we go.
Let me see if I got the same stuff. Just above the Public Service Commission order, there's a paragraph. Thank you, right there. The second sentence in the paragraph beginning the cost of service analysis. Yes, it says the cost of service analysis. Joe, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Yep.
Thank you. Is indicated that due to the statutory restriction, I'm sorry, yes. Due to statutory restrictions allowing only one customer per class rate structure, and this is the important part, a uniform volume rate or declining block rate would most closely align with the estimated cost of providing service to different customer groups. My question for you, sir, is why did she say that?
Because it was a correct statement. It was consistent with the cost of service study. We wanted to, in this memo, sort of look at all the factors, went into our recommendation on the rate structure, and certainly the cost of service study was one of those considerations.
Okay. There were other considerations, of course, and I went through those in my cross-examination of Ms. Lemoyne. Other objectives that were important in developing the new rate structure, like rate stability, conservation, and affordability. The memo doesn't really equivocate on this matter. And so I've been trying to make this point all day. When she talks about the cost of service study, is she talking about the rate structure that came out of the cost of service study, the rate analysis component?
No, she was only making the point here that in terms of alignment with the cost of service study, the uniform rate would be was most closely aligned. That was the only point.
Okay, I'm with that. Okay. Now I'm just going to have to make a quick reference here. Bear with me. If we turn to page 7 of that same memo on the subject of water affordability and customer assistance programs, first, I think there's a section called water rate affordability and customer assistance programs.
Let me see if I can find it for you.
Little.
There we go.
There it
It's
is. Thank
on
you very
page
much.
6, which is PDF page 341.
Yes. Where are we? The second sentence, 2, 4, 6, all the way down. There's a statement that it was determined that the rate affordability challenges, the water rate affordability challenges for those households are most effectively addressed through carefully designed customer assistance programs, not through water and sewer rate structures. Do you see that, Mr. Beach?
Yes, I do.
What do you think she meant by that?
That the best way, but not the only way, for our customer base that we have in Prince George's and Montgomery County, that affordability programs would be the best way to address those issues, but she did not mean it was the only way to address those issues, the affordability issues.
I understand. In fact, in my cross-examination of Mr. Woodcock, and then again with Ms. Lemoyne, we didn't get a very good answer as to why 25% was selected as a factor for applying costs to Tier 1 to determine affordability.
I'm going to object to that question, Your Honor.
It wasn't a question. I apologize. That was a statement. So it's challenging to implement affordability programs through rate structures because affordability is based on a customer's budget, right, Joe?
Well, it means different things to different customers. To some customers, it means what I'm paying now and what I will pay in the future. I think primarily it's related to their income and their other sort of economic challenges.
Right. The rates themselves reflect WSSC's budget and approved rate increases, right? Well,
we recommend rates to the commissioners based on recovering the cost for the utility, both in our operating and our capital costs.
Right, but the affordability itself is a function of how a rate that a customer is paying for water conforms to their budget for water, right?
Well, as I said, there's more that goes into it, but yeah, each customer, their water bill is just another expense that they have to pay, and we set the,
So it's kind of a customer by customer question. Going back to Ms. Reed's statement that affordability challenges for those households are most effectively addressed through carefully designed customer assistance programs, not through the rate structure, probably holds water because it's targeted at individual customers, right?
Well, it's not targeted at individual customers. We set them at a level based on our customer base, which is largely residential.
I'm referring to the customer assistance programs.
Oh, right. Yes. Mhm.
So I guess that I'm just trying to sum up my impressions from cross-examining Ms. Lemoyne and Mr. Woodcock. In your recollection, did the commission say that you had to focus the rate structure designed for affordability on tier 1?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. So that was what was generally referred to as professional judgment by the team that designed the rate structure. Okay, that wasn't a question either. I apologize. Okay, let's talk about the rate structure design. In your reply testimony, reach July 9th again, WSSC Exhibit 41. And this is question 20 that I'm going to refer to. You illustrate, are you at question 20? Very good. You illustrate the impact for a family of 3, your average family size, and show that their bill would increase 21.2%. I believe there's a table in that response, maybe further down.
On page 19.
There it is. Excellent. The first line of that table shows that the bill under a uniform rate for a family of 3 at 55 gallons per person would go up 21.2%. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And under the inclining block, which is option 4A, that's the second from the last line, their bill would decrease by 2.4%. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Do we have this comparison is for 3-person households. That's your average household and a daily volume of 165 gallons per day. Do you have an analysis that shows the impact on large families that are paying for water in tier 4?
We did analysis for all sorts of different types of customers at different consumption levels.
I don't have that handy. Do you recall if under a uniform rate, the bill for a large family of, say, 6 people billed in tier 4 went up or down?
I don't recall having done an analysis for a 6-person family. We did it for, I think, what we consider to be a larger family, but not a 6-person family.
Yes, this is important to me because it appears that a lot of the analysis focused on average families, that is 3-person families. And I'm very concerned, as you can imagine, about the impact on larger families. The affordability question does apply to larger families as well, doesn't it?
It does.
And to the extent that the rate structure was designed for average families on an affordability basis, but not larger families, was that by design?
Well, I think when we were doing this analysis and going through the different considerations, we looked at what the typical for the average family would be. And in the WSSC customer service base, the 3-person household, based on census data, was the predominant customer type.
But you did no analysis of poverty by family size, did you?
We did analysis on bill impact by those in the lowest income quartile, as well as those at the area median income level.
So, but that doesn't correspond to volume tiers. So you did an analysis across tiers, but for specific tiers that had pockets of poverty, there was no analysis of poverty by tier volume.
Well, it was based on different usage assumptions for customers and what the bill impact would be, and we looked at how that would relate to a family with the area median income and those in the lowest income quartile.
Okay, so let me try it a little differently. Isn't it possible that poverty is a greater problem among large families that are billed in tier 4 than it is for your average 3-person family?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes. Isn't it possible that poverty is a larger problem in households of 6 or more people than it is in an average family of 3?
I really don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. That's fine. I come from a family of 8, Mr. Beach, and I can tell you that poverty can be a problem in large families.
Objection, Your Honor.
Focus.
Mr. Brenne, do you have a question?
No, in fact, I'm done with that question. Thank you very much. Let me move on. Returning to Mrs. Reed's November 1st, 2017 memo, and if you would kindly bring that up again, Mr. O'Connor.
Can you see it?
Yes, go to page 13.
Is this the part you'd like?
No, just above that. Let me find it. Apologize.
Mr. O'Connor, you may be able to put your cursor in the bottom right-hand part of your screen and make this a little bit, take up more of your screen, make it a little bit wider. Yeah.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, you may even be able to increase it more and still have your table of contents available on the right, just to make it a little more readable in this fashion.
Sure. Experiment with me at just a minute. That better? Oh.
Yes. So we're going to go up earlier in the document. So,
okay.
Yes, a little bit farther. Good, stop. You just went by. Thank you. It's go down one page. There's a paragraph that begins, we are also not recommending the uniform rate.
Okay.
There you
go.
Second paragraph on that page. Right.
For the record, I'm sorry, Mr. Brenne. For the record, Mr. O'Connor, what page are we on?
For the record, we're on PDF page 345.
Thank you.
Yes, this paragraph, this sentence is probably one of the sticking points of my analysis, and I want to go through it in some detail. We are also not recommending the uniform rate, even though the uniform rate has benefits in terms of revenue stability, ease of understanding, and implementation. It does not support the key priorities of conservation, rate stability, or affordability. Mr. Beach, the importance of revenue stability as a criteria for the rate structure. Ms. Reed notes in her memo that the uniform rate has benefits in terms of revenue stability. Are there benefits in the inclining block structure for revenue stability?
Yes, there are. It's not as strong as with the uniform rate, but it does.
So let me ask a direct question. The WSSC has reported that it is increasing its number of non-performing accounts receivable and has lost revenue due to COVID. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And that bears directly on revenue stability, I would assume. Is that how you would define revenue stability, to encompass those two problems?
Well, it's
Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I be heard on this?
Yes.
I think Mr. Brenne is now going into a subject area in reference to one of his exhibits
Thank you.
specifically.
Yes.
The press release.
Yes.
And this again, Your Honor, falls into a subject area which is not been the subject of his previous testimony. We did not address the effects of COVID in our testimony. Mr. Beach certainly did not address the effects of COVID in his testimony, which I understand is supposed to be the subject of this cross-examination. So if we go down the road, Your Honor, of talking about the effects of COVID on WSSC's accounts receivable, we are going to go into subjects that were not previously brought up by Mr. Brenne. We were not given an opportunity to develop a response, and I would submit, Your Honor, that it would be inappropriate and prejudicial to require Mr. Beach to expound upon what the impacts of COVID are on WSSC's revenues under these circumstances. So we would object to this line of questioning.
So it all depends on what the question is, and so we're going to have to hear the question. I'm cognizant of the fact that Mr. Brenne is pro se. But at the same time, I want to be fair to all the parties about things that are brought into evidence or referenced at a later date that have not been shared with the parties. So if the question it has to do with using COVID as an example of some, for instance, some tenant that Mr. Beach has testified to, I'll allow the question. If we're going down the road as you describe it, Mr. O'Connor, I'll be a little more strict. So, Mr. Brenne, why don't you go ahead and ask your question?
Yes, for the record, in my testimony in April, I said the following on point 4, page 6 of my testimony, that it is noteworthy that during this year's health crisis, WSSC will struggle with revenue stability as telework increases consumption at lower rates and lockdown reduces consumption in Tier 4. So I did, in fact, introduce this subject in my testimony. And
Mr. Brenne, you're not disputing the fact that you provided these exhibits a couple of days before the hearing, correct? I don't know if we lost you. I didn't hear an answer to my question. Okay, so what is your question now?
okay, this is a question to Mr. Beach, who was CFO of WSSC and is now the deputy manager. And the question is, does this revenue stability problem reflect poorly on the selection of the new rate structure?
I believe you cut out.
Mr. Brenne, I'm gonna earlier in today's hearing, the problems with your bandwidth have had mostly only to do with your visual, but recently you've been cutting out a lot. Is there some way that you can turn off cell phones or other computers in your house so that you don't have bandwidth issues? Because we're not able to hear your question.
I understand. The only other occupant is my wife, and I've asked her to use the cell phone bandwidth and not Wi-Fi for her telephone communications, and she's not doing any of the planned meetings she had on Zoom. So this is all I can do. I apologize.
Okay. Well, would you please, I didn't get your question. Would you please restate it?
Your Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor, I just want to say that let it be noted that there might be holes in what he says because exactly what you mentioned, it's bandwidth problem.
I understand. We'll just have to, if there's a hole, we'll just have to make sure from this point forward that we make him state his question again. So hopefully we can fill up any holes before.
I'd be happy to restate my question.
Thank you.
Mr. Beach, revenue stability is the subject of Ms. Reed's comment. And I asked you if you were familiar with the revenue losses WSSC has experienced because of COVID. And I wanted to move to introduce my Exhibit 6. We've discussed that. That is a press release from WSSC about the financial impact of COVID on accounts receivable and revenues. But my question now is, what would you, Mr. Beach, say that this loss of revenues is a demonstration of the lack of stability, revenue stability in the new rate structure?
No, I would not agree with that. In fact, if we had adopted the uniform rate, I believe that the number of delinquencies would be much greater than they are right now, and the amount of the delinquencies would be much greater. As we indicated in this memo, the uniform rate would have a significantly adverse impact on low and fixed income households. It's over 20% three-person household, or what we estimate to be a three-person household. It is even greater for two or one-person household. Based on our analysis of the delinquencies that have increased significantly since the onset pandemic, it is overwhelmingly a residential problem for our residential customers, not exclusively, but overwhelmingly a residential problem. And I do believe if we had adopted the uniform rate, that problem would be much greater than it would be had we not adopted the 4-tier inclining block rate.
Your Honor, I have to say something here. If Mr. Pete, Mr. number 4, if he would cut off his microphone while the person's answering the question, it may help somewhat. Thank
Mr.
you.
O'Connor, I am going to ask you to mute. And if you need to object, just go ahead and unmute and object.
Okay, Your Honor.
And that way we'll at least be down to 2. I'm gonna continue to mute myself, and hopefully I'm not having any trouble hearing, but I understand that the court reporter is. So I don't think we need to repeat what was just said, but if we could just all be cognizant of some of the back and forth that we're getting between our microphones. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Beach, I was reviewing the press release on the COVID-19 financial impact dated October 20th, and it says that the sudden economic downturn has caused a major impact, including decreased water usage by commercial customers, not residential customers, and that the increase was estimated at $31.4 million for FY20 and $31.7 million of revenue loss in the current fiscal year. That's a total of $63 million from commercial customers. Did I misread that?
Objection, Your Honor. This is exactly the reason why we have been objecting to this exhibit. Mr. Brenne is taking statements out of a press release and trying to characterize them as an impact on the rate structure that was selected. And again, to get into a discussion about the causes, the factors that are causing delinquencies to increase and relating those factors to the design of the rate structure is a subject that was not raised previously. We just have not been prepared to attempt to ascertain what's causing the delinquencies, the extent to which COVID is contributing, whether it would be different under a different rate structure. There's a multitude of reasons why an individual going through this current health crisis may or may not have the ability or a reduced ability to pay. And as a consequence of that, Your Honor, to suggest that the impact of COVID is directly tied to or related to the form of our rate structure assumes that the reason why a person can't pay their bill is a function of the rate structure. And there's been no evidence to suggest, nor have we attempted to develop, the impact of COVID in relationship to the rate structure. And I would submit, Your Honor, that, again, this is just my opinion, this hasn't been developed, but if someone's unable to pay their bill, it's not a function of the rate structure. It's a function of their inability to pay their bill. And so I'm going to object, if I may, to this continued line of questioning where Mr. Brenne is trying to speculate as to what the impact of delinquencies under COVID, how that relates to the form of the rate structure that was adopted.
Mr. O'Connor, I hear your objection. I appreciate your argument. I understand that it's your position that apples and oranges are being compared at this time. I agree with you that this was not produced pursuant to the procedural schedule. I am, however, cognizant that Mr. Brenne is a pro se litigant and that Mr. Beach is a professional witness. So I'm going to allow us to go a little bit down this road, and Mr. Beach is welcome to say what he knows and what he doesn't know at this time.
Thank
So
you.
go ahead, Mr. Brenne, and re-ask your question with just a little bit of latitude.
Thank you. Referring to commercial customers, not residential customers, and referring to lost revenue, not accounts receivable, the press release says that WSSC Waters experienced a $31.4 million lost revenue in FY20 and projects another $31.7 million in lost revenue in FY21. My question, Mr. Beach, is does that reflect on a revenue stability issue?
No, what it reflects is the economic consequences of the pandemic, which has caused the closure or temporary closure of a lot of businesses, has increased unemployment in the area locally. It's created difficulties for both our commercial customers and our residential customers to pay their bills. But it also has reflected a reduction in use because of the business and government closures that have occurred as a result of the pandemic.
Very good. Let me turn now to your SIR rebuttal of September 3rd, question number 4. And the topic now is rate shock.
Mr. Brenne, if you'll just hold on 1 second while I get to where we are. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, and this is in response to question 4, Mr. Beach, of your SIR rebuttal. You say that rate shock is a legitimate concern for affordability, but wouldn't it have been best to address affordability through the customer assistance programs? And I think we've discussed this already. Is there any reason to link rate shock and affordability?
Yes, there is, because we're looking at the impact to the customer. And the impact of for instance, a uniform rate would have resulted in a much higher bill for many of our residential customers. So yes, it's a completely legitimate concern.
But in the example that in the redirect that Mr. O'Connor provided you, there was an example in those of a 500 gallon per day usage that showed that there would be a decrease in the bill under uniform rates. And so it seems that the question of affordability, it seems to be zeroing in on average customers of 3 persons or less and ignoring larger households. My question would be, are we ignoring larger household impacts and locking in discrimination that existed in the prior rate structure?
We were not ignoring larger households. What we were doing is looking at the characteristics of our customer base and what would be sort of the predominant impact of these different rate structures.
There is a difference between rate shock and affordability, though, right?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Rate shock speaks to the differential between old rates and new rates, and affordability speaks to a customer's ability to pay a bill. And we've already talked about how affordability is something that's addressed in part by customer assistance programs. The follow-up question is, rate shock was introduced, wasn't it, in a presentation you made to the commission September 2017?
It was probably contained within that, but that's been a consideration all along as one of our sort of objectives, is just a function of rate stability. That was always part of a very important consideration in selecting the new rate structure.
Okay. Let's turn to the process of meeting with the public and talking about the rate structure alternatives. There's a presentation which I have, and I'm going to try and pull it up. I'm not sure. I don't have the share button enabled.
Just 1 second.
This also happens to be a WSSC exhibit, though, so we may be able to rely on Mr. O'Connor's magic to pull up Exhibit 9.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna switch privileges back to Mr. O'Connor. Okay, you are the presenter, Mr. O'Connor.
Exhibit 9. That's the beauty. If you can go to slide 5, please.
Is this the one? Sure.
Oh, my. I'll tell you what, let's go even further down. Let's go to a summary slide. It's towards the end. I have it as slide 27, and it's a table. Keep going. Keep going. There's quite a few slides. There's a summary of
I think that's, well,
and then we've gone by it.
Okay. Can you describe what you understand the topic to be?
It's a table of impacts.
Table of impacts.
Let me just see.
I think I did pass one of those. Would it have been this one? No.
No, it's for all the rate structures.
These are, oh, for all the rate structures? Okay.
Yes. Stop.
Oh.
No, that's not it. I'm sorry. Keep going up. Farther up. All right.
Could it be another exhibit, maybe?
Question. Let me see if I can articulate it without the reference. No, I cannot. Let's skip this question. Thank you for trying.
Okay.
Going back to your reply testimony, Mr. Beach, on July 9th, question 19. That's your exhibit 41.
Okay.
You say that affordability is supported by a majority of public comments over the summer of 2017.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brenne. What question are you on in my?
19.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And in that response, you indicate that affordability was supported by a majority of comments over the summer of 2017. Is that surprising to you in light of the fact that this was a subjective sample?
Well, it was not surprising to me that affordability was a major consideration of our customers.
Okay. And isn't it true that a majority of sampled customer opinions can simply benefit by discriminating unreasonably against a minority of customers if there are unreasonable costs of service allocations to higher volume rate tiers?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we break that down a little bit?
Yes, I apologize. It's a lengthy one. Isn't it true that a majority of sampled customers, that's the affordability question, would have opinions that simply are benefited by discriminating against a minority of customers in higher rate tiers? In other words, if you didn't hear from a lot of customers in Tier 4, is it possible that the opinions that you compiled subjectively do not reflect the opinion of folks in Tier 4, higher volume customers?
Well, what I would say to that question is that we were merely reporting for the people who attended the meetings that we had, what their sort of reported sentiments were. We weren't representing that it some sort of objective survey, but we did the informational meetings. We wanted to, note what the sentiment of those who attend the meetings, what their comments were. So that is what this reflected. Those who cared to come to the meeting and testify, this was their predominant sentiment.
I understand. I want to refer back to Ms. Reed's November 1st memo where she summarizes data for opinions on uniform rates. But I want to do it without all the bulky pulling up of documents. Do you recall, Mr. Beach, that there was strong support for uniform rates in October of 2017?
I think I'm going to want to look at that exhibit. I don't
Okay.
want to
It's Ms. Reed's November 1st.
Okay, yeah, I see it now.
There were 31% that preferred uniform rates, the same as affordability, which is surprising, isn't it? After customers had so much time to reflect on the benefits of inclining block rates?
Well, this is itself a limited sample. We had 3 public hearings in October, and that ignores the several public hearings that we had before that as well. When you take that, both of those, all of those meetings together where we recorded the comments, support for the uniform rate was a much lower number. I think about 4%.
Very good. That concludes my questions for this witness.
Office of People's Counsel,
OPC has no questions.
staff,
Hello, good afternoon. Catherine McNerlin on behalf of staff. I just have one follow-up question. Mr. Beach, could you turn to page 1333 of your reply testimony?
Okay.
If you start at line 6 to 7, it says, the fact WSC's customer base is 93% residential. Management felt that each tier break should be based on residential usage, correct?
That's correct.
So, is it correct that WSSC, in formulating their rate structure, took efforts to minimize discriminating against a minority group, such as a non-residential customer?
Well, what I would say is that we developed the rate structure in a way that was applied the same to each customer, regardless of their class, at their different tier of usage. So I think we took pains that there was no discrimination among customers.
Okay, so then each customer is treated the same way, they're charged the same amount in each tier. The more they consume, the more they're charged, no matter what kind of customer they are.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. O'Connor, do you have any follow-up?
I don't think so, Your Honor. May I have 2 minutes, or 1 minute to take a break and confer with
Yes,
my
sir.
colleagues?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, Mr. O'Connor, we had a technical difficulty and he had to run out for a minute, but it will be another minute. Apologize.
Okay, no problem.
I don't know why it's. Your Honor, we don't have any further redirect for Mr. Beach.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach, thank you for your virtual appearance today.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Connor, let's go ahead and call your next witness, please.
Our next witness, Your Honor, is Mr. Tom Hilton.
Hello, Mr. Hilton. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. O'Connor, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hilton, would you please state your full name and your business address?
My name is Thomas C. Hilton. My business address is 14501 Schweitzer Lane, Laurel, Maryland.
And by whom are you employed?
By WSSC Water.
And what is your position with WSSC?
My position is Planning Division Manager.
May I ask you to turn your attention to WSSC Exhibit number 43?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 43 as your pre-filed testimony dated July 9th, 2020, containing 6 pages?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any changes or corrections to be made to that testimony, Mr. Hilton?
No, I do not.
Did you did you participate in the preparation of that testimony? Or was it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
If I were to ask you today the same questions that are contained in your testimony, would your answers be the same as the answers contained in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Are all the answers in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
And do you adopt this as your testimony in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, it's our understanding that Mr. Hilton's testimony, which was marked as WSSC Exhibit 43, has been admitted.
I can confirm that it has been admitted.
We would turn the witness over for cross-examination at this point.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and mute you, Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Brenne, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hilton, in your reply testimony of July 9th, 2020, question 9, that would be Exhibit 43.
Yes.
Yes, you indicate that production forecasts are not used for rate setting. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So my first question to you, sir, is why not?
Because with the mission of my division is to ensure the WSSC's water and sewer system has adequate capacity for existing and future customers. So our water and sewer projections are to ensure that that adequate capacity is available under the most extreme conditions we could ever expect. So we perform water demand projections every 5 years. The latest one was performed in 2016. The latest water projections that we performed did incorporate or did look at some different analyses looking at the use of water saving fixtures that are required under WSSC's plumbing code. So we looked at three different scenarios. One, a higher level of use of water saving fixtures, of installations of new homes and renovation of existing homes, a median level, and then also a scenario where no one was going to install additional water saving fixtures in the future. So our projections looked at, or the recommendations out of those projections were to look at the most conservative value. And that is the value that we chose because we want to make sure that we have adequate capacity for the most extreme condition in our system.
You may have answered my next question, Mr. Hilton. When you say for the most extreme conditions, you're referring to droughts and other conditions like that that might cause a water shortfall?
Well, droughts affect the water supply. I'm not quite sure. I believe that's out of the topic of this trial. But so we look at our maximum day demands in our system as well. We look at our average day demands in our system. We have to make sure that our treatment facilities can treat water and supply water to our customers under the most extreme conditions. That includes our maximum day conditions, which typically occur during a drought when a lot of people are irrigating their lawns to make sure they don't burn out. People filling their swimming pools because of the evaporation of all the heat and hot weather. So yes, we do incorporate that all of those factors into our demand projections.
Yeah. So we spoke with Mr. Sakai earlier about his white paper or memo on water conservation considerations. And I don't know can you pull that up, Mr. O'Connor? It's WSSC Exhibit 24.
Mr. O'Connor may be taking a break.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get it. WSSC Exhibit what?
24.
Where in that document?
Page 9, the 9th page of that document. There's a reference to a memo, a headline.
This is the 9th page.
Oh, it's a headline. Let me see. Yes. Mr. Hilton, are you familiar with this memo that Mr. Sakai refers to?
It has been a while since I have seen this. I'd have to read this quickly to refresh my memory.
Yes, I'm not surprised. It was 2016.
Take your time, Mr. Hilton.
Okay.
The memo refers to using a new baseline in 2013 for determining water consumption levels for each type of housing unit, basically reflecting new lower levels of consumption that are expected to continue. Do you see that in there?
I do.
You do. I don't know if, and you may not know either, if the memo's referring when it talks about new lower levels of consumption, if it's referring to better efficiency by customers or simply more efficient water appliances, what have you. Do you?
Yes, I do. That's what I just discussed in my previous statements. We looked at 3 different scenarios, and 2 of those scenarios looked at the impact of water saving fixtures and water saving appliances in households.
So what water saving appliances are part of that? It is your opinion that water saving appliances are contributing to this lower level of consumption that the memo refers to?
Again, I'm not the one who wrote the memo, so I cannot speak on behalf of Mr. Sakai.
Okay. The memo was from Kareem Carr, BO, planning manager, and the planning group to you.
Okay, is this memo an exhibit for this trial?
Yes.
It is?
This document is an exhibit. That's correct.
Is the memo?
It's WSSC Exhibit 24. The memo is cited in this exhibit.
Well, again, as I said, the 2006, Miss Carpio was an employee of mine back in 2016. She assisted in helping develop the water production projections that we just discussed. And as I just discussed, we looked at 3 different scenarios for future projections. Those 2 of those scenarios looked at the impact on the customer demands on the additional projected uses of water saving fixtures and water saving appliances.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Turning to the conservation plan, which, as I understand it, dates to 2010. This would be exhibit. Hold on. Oh, I'm not sure.
Is it possibly exhibit 28?
28. Thank you, Danny.
Mr. Hilton, that would be at Bates number 960, exhibit 28.
Very good. Mr. Hilton, are you with us on this? This is a plan that you created. Is that correct, sir?
No, sir, it's not.
Who creates this plan?
My predecessor within the planning division. This document was prepared in 2010. My employment with WSSC began in 2015. And in addition to that, none of the employees who assisted with developing this plan are employed with WSSC today.
Okay, let me probe on that. Does your job description include responsibility for updating the water conservation plan?
Not specifically.
When we spoke with Mr. Sakai, the expert from Maryland's Department of Environment on the standards for water conservation plans, you seem to indicate that water conservation plans were part of the permitting of WSSC.
That is correct.
Have you received any recent inquiries from Maryland Department of Environment about the 2010 plan and any recent updates to it?
No, sir, we have not. And if I could add, we have two water treatment facilities. One is the Potomac water filtration plant. The other is the Patuxent water filtration plant. Both water appropriations permits require the preparation of a water conservation plan. The Potomac water appropriations permit is due to expire in 2022. So prior to that time frame, my office will be preparing the next water conservation plan.
Thank you. And will that conservation plan include any new projections for efficiency due to water appliances?
Well, so our next water demand projections are due in 2021. At that time, we will evaluate that same scenario that we looked at back in 2016. I can't tell you right now. We would have to analyze the latest industry trends. We also analyze. We also consult with other utilities to see their impacts on the use of water saving fixtures and the future projections. So I cannot tell you right now, firmly whether we will, to what extent we will be looking at water saving fixtures. Will it be looked at? Yes. Will those new projections adopt use or consider the uses of water saving fixtures? I can't tell you. Again, for planning purposes, to ensure we have adequate capacity, we are very, very conservative on how we go about that process.
I understand that. Does your conservative approach incorporate an analysis of lost water trends?
Yes, it does. Our water demand projections do include our analyses on water loss.
Are you familiar with the most recent lost water audit report for 2019?
Yes, I am. Since 2018, my office has been preparing the water audits as required by NDE in accordance with our water appropriations permit.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter my Exhibit 7 from my exhibit list into the record for the lost water report.
Let me pull that up on my computer. Hang on just a moment, sir. Mr. Brenne, when was that? When was your Exhibit 7?
I've got it at, it was reported June 17th, 2020 to the Commission. June 17th, 2020.
Number 7 is, your number 7 is the WSSC proposed fiscal year 20 operating budget?
No. My number 7 is WSSC Lost Water Audit Report, June 17, 20.
I think we've identified it as Brenne Exhibit 17, Your Honor, with the renumbering system.
That would be correct.
Okay, any objection to Brenne Exhibit 17?
Yes, Your Honor. This is another example of a document that was presented to us for the first time as an exhibit last Wednesday. And again, it was not identified in the previous testimony or exhibits. We did not know that this would be an exhibit in the case, and as a consequence, we would object to it being used to cross-examine the witness.
Your Honor, I cited it in my rebuttal to Mr. Hilton's reply. My rebuttal was in July.
Well, specifically, Mr. Brenne, what you said in your reply is simply that Mr. Hilton noted that his office is responsible for the annual lost water audit. And you go on to say, but he offers no insight. So you did not, in your reply testimony, indicate that it was your intention to introduce this water audit or question Mr. Hilton about it.
Judge, I think we're splitting hairs.
I'm having trouble finding the specific, what, did you file this with the commission?
No, in fact, it's a hyperlink to my exhibit list.
Which exhibit list? Tell me again the date that you filed it.
Yeah, it's mail link 232468. The exhibit list is that, go back, Your Honor, it's the first.
Your Honor, I may be able to share it if you give me.
It's the first document link, not the second document link on that page.
Okay, hang on just a second. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, I believe you are the presenter.
Okay. Let me see if I can bring it up. I believe this is the exhibit to which Mr. Brenne is referring.
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to pause right here with sharing this exhibit. Mr. Brenne, why don't you go ahead and ask Mr. Hilton whatever question you were going to ask, and we'll proceed question by question.
Okay, very good. Mr. Hilton, the lost water audit report, you indicated that's the responsibility of your office?
Correct.
Okay, and but that's performed by an outside independent agency that you engage.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
The lost water audit report is prepared by an independent consultant?
No, sir, it's not.
This is prepared by your office?
Correct.
And the practice is to prepare one of these every year now? Is that correct?
It has always been required as part of the water appropriations permit.
Well, prior to your arrival, sir, apparently it hadn't been done in quite a while. And my question is simply, given that your job description does not include the did not include the water conservation plan of 2010 because that preceded you, but you now have plans to prepare an updated water conservation plan. My question is, will the updated water conservation plan include the lost water trends?
I believe that is a requirement of the water conservation plan. There are several elements required within that plan, one of which is water loss, one of which is water demand projections, one of which is water loss reduction initiatives, a whole long list of things that are associated with things that we currently do today. And sir, I do object to your statement that this water audit has not been performed prior to my arrival. It has been performed, I know it has been performed going back since 2010.
Are you familiar with the Lost Water Report of 1998?
No, sir, I'm not.
You've been preparing these for a while. Do you notice any trends in the Lost Water reports?
Actually, no, sir. Since 2012, the percent water loss has fluctuated anywhere from 15.7 to almost 21%. There is no trend. The numbers are all over. And if I could add, as Mr. Sakai had noted in his testimony, there are an extreme number of variables that can affect what that water loss is. 2016 was one of our highest percentages, almost 21%. But if you recall, in 2016, we had the polar vortex, extreme cold temperatures that caused an enormous amount of water main breaks. That can have a huge effect on how much water loss is in the system. You can also have a situation where there could be some billing errors, or there could be a situation where not all of the customers were billed within that fiscal year. That can also have a large impact on water loss. I'd also like to note that there is a bit of a fallacy on how water loss is calculated, and we are trying to work with MDE to reconsider on how water leakage in our system is addressed. For example, you could have, from one year to the next, you could produce the same amount of water. You could have the same amount of water leaking within your water system. However, you could have a change in customer demand. By the nature of that calculation, you could have a different percent change in water loss. So there's a fallacy in how that is calculated. The industry trend nowadays is leaning more towards what's called the infrastructure leakage index. We are trying to work with MDE to reconsider something like that as a benchmark or as a metric to consider these kind of things.
Mr. Hilton, my last question for you, sir. Will the 2022 updated water conservation plan include new targets for lost water?
New targets for lost water. We have not begun to prepare. We have not discussed this internally. We will look at what is a reasonable amount of water loss. As I mentioned in the commission meeting when I presented the FY19 water audit, we benchmark ourselves against other utilities, both locally and also nationally, to see what is a reasonable water loss. We also look at the cost of water loss. We want to better quantify the amount of water loss that we have in our system. We want to better determine the cost of what that loss of water is, whether it's revenue or the cost of producing extra water because of leakage. And we want to do a cost-benefit analysis to make sure that the cost to mitigate that loss is no more than the amount of the cost of that water being lost. But I also like to note that, as I said, we benchmark ourselves against other utilities. So I would like to note that what's very important is that benchmarking is performed against utilities that are as large and as old as WSSC. WSSC is the largest and oldest system within Maryland. So if you're only going to compare us against other utilities in Maryland, that is not proper comparison. So when you look at us, because we have 5,600 miles of water main. That's an extremely large amount of water distribution system. And our pipes date back to over 100 years old. So when you look at utilities similar in size, such as Philadelphia Water, their water loss is 44%. Miami-Dade is 27%. Baltimore City is about 26. DC Water is 24. So when you compare ourselves looking at 18.2%, we're quite a bit less. And in the last year or so, there was a white paper put out by the Water Research Foundation. They looked at over 224 water audits between 2009 and 2017, looking at utilities across the country. The median water loss was 18.5%. So we will be looking at all of this in addition to the cost of the actual lost revenue to come up with some benchmarks and some goals of what should be our target water loss.
Mr. Hilton, when we talk about goals, do you have any current goals for lost water?
Well, as I presented in the commission meeting in the past several years, the commission meetings that I present annually on the water audit, we are coming up with a program. It's a 3-phase program to better quantify the water loss, to come up with some initiatives to mitigate the water loss. But one of the major factors that's going to be taking place in the upcoming years is our advanced metering infrastructure program, replacing all of our customer meters with new technology. Until that technology is implemented and those new meters are installed, we really are not going to be coming up with a new goal because of what that entails, and to better gather the data that we need to come up with that information.
Last question, Mr. Hilton. Will you be looking at the impact of the new rate structure on lost water?
Looking at the new rate structure on lost water. Well, when we look at the cost of lost water, we do look at what the rates are, and so let me just backtrack. So water loss is broken. So we prepare our water audit in accordance with American Water Works Manual M36. That manual stipulates how water loss is calculated. And there's different categories of water loss. There's apparent losses and real losses. Real losses is system leakage. Apparent losses are metering inaccuracies. They are theft of service. They are billing errors. So apparent losses we equate to lost revenue. That is directly tied to our rates. So we come up with a cost of lost revenue for apparent losses. For real losses, which is system leakage, we know what the cost to produce that water is because our system leaks. Because of the age of our system, if our system was perfect and had no leakage, then that's that much more water that we would not have to produce. So we equate real losses to the cost of water production.
That concludes my questioning of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brenne. Office of People's Counsel, Ms. Ryan.
OPC has no questions.
The staff have any questions?
Staff has questions.
Mr. O'Connor.
I forgot to unmute, Your Honor. No redirect for WSSC. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your virtual appearance today. I don't have any further questions, or I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Connor, do you want to continue to move forward? What do we have? two more witnesses, or would you like to break until tomorrow? I'm fine either way.
If it's okay with Your Honor, I'd like to finish up with Mr. Standard.
Yes, sir.
So we'd like to call him at this time.
And staff, go ahead and talk to your witness to see about his preferences to about finishing up tonight or going forward tomorrow. I really am fine either way. Go ahead and call your first witness or your last witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. WSSC would call William Stannard as our next witness.
Hello, Judge.
Hello, Mr. Stannard. How are you?
Good, thanks.
You'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. O'Connor, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Stannard. Would you
Good afternoon.
please state your full name and business address for the record?
It's William G. Stannard. My business address is 3013 Main Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
And by whom are you employed?
Raftalis.
And what is your position with Raftalis?
I'm presently chairman of the board of directors. I was prior CEO of the firm, but in addition to being chairman of the board, I also serve as a consultant to clients and continue my work as an advisor to those water and wastewater utilities.
Mr. Stannard, let me ask you, if you would, to turn to WSSC exhibit number 29. And do you have that available, sir?
Let me.
It would be PDF page 1147.
Scroll down to that and yes, sir.
Do you recognize that as your resume, Mr. Stannard?
Yes, I do.
And does Exhibit 29 fairly and accurately summarize your educational work, or pardon me, educational background and work experience?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Stannard, can you please highlight for Judge Grace the aspects of your knowledge, training, and experience that relate to the testimony you've provided and the opinions you've expressed in your pre-filed testimony? And please include, if you would, your experience and expertise as it relates to the development, design, and use of water and sewer utility rates and structures, financial analysis, and cost of service studies.
Yes, I might start with my academic background. I have undergraduate degrees in civil engineering and business administration that I received from Kansas State University in 1975. And then began working for a large international consulting engineering firm headquartered and based in Kansas City, where I started working in the area of water system design, but then transferred over to a group that was called the Economic and Financial Division of that firm that specialized in providing cost of service work for municipally owned water, wastewater utilities, as well as work for investor-owned electric utilities. And began my journey in learning and developing my experience and knowledge in the area of financial planning, cost of service, and rate design, principally focused on municipally owned water and wastewater utilities. I was fortunate to have worked for many years with leaders in the industry, where I essentially almost served as an intern, working for them, learning from them, and I've spent my career focused on providing that assistance to municipalities around the United States and into Canada, as well as overseas.
Your resume, I'm sorry, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, and I say that that in that work, then my career, I moved on and began um, enhancing my responsibilities at Black and Beach, and ended my career at Black and Beach in 2022, where I was the head of their what was then known the Management Consulting Division, and then joined Raftalis at that point.
Would you hazard a guess, Mr. Stannard, how many utilities you've worked for over the years, and how many rate structures you've designed, and how many cost of service studies you've performed?
Well, as you asked that question earlier to Mr. Woodcock and Ms. Lemoyne, I was kind of I was relieved that they didn't keep track either. But after having done this for 45 years, I would guess that the number of studies is approaching is more than 1,000 now over those 45 years. The number of clients, probably multiple hundreds of clients throughout the United States, in Canada, as well as overseas.
Have you authored any papers or presentations on water and sewer rates and financing?
Yes, I have. I don't have those noted in my resume, but I've authored papers and also authored chapters in books, and more recently a book called, I have it here handy, Water and Wastewater Finance and Pricing: The Changing Landscape, that was published several years ago, as well as a book that was published by the Water Environment Federation, The Effective Water Professional, that was published about 5 years ago.
Are you familiar generally with the water and sewer industry and the rate structures and rates that are commonly used in the industry?
Yes, sir, I am.
Have you previously testified as an expert, either before the Maryland Public Service Commission or other public service commissions?
Yes, I have testified as an expert, not before the Maryland Public Service Commission, but both in terms of public service commissions in the states of Wisconsin, Kentucky, Indiana, Texas, Missouri, as well as courts of law, both in federal court as well as several state courts.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the field of water and sewer utility rates, financial analysis, and cost of service studies?
Yes, I have.
Do you belong to any professional or trade associations?
Yes, I've been a member of the American Waterworks Association for most of my career, and developed and have responsibility in a variety of leadership positions within the association, including chair of the Management Leadership Division, which oversees the Rates and Charges Committee, as well as 7 other committees that focus on customer service and management-related matters. I've also been active with the Water Environment Federation, where I was chair of the task force that was responsible for updating Manual Practice number 27 when it was published in about 2003. I also serve as my firm's representative to the National Association of Clean Water Agencies, where I've been an active member of that organization as well. I'm also a member of the National Society of Professional Engineers and the American Society of Civil Engineers.
Mr. Stannard, thank you. Your Honor, at this stage, WSSC would proffer Mr. Stannard as an expert in the development, design, and use of water and sewer utility rates and rate structures, utility financial analysis and planning, and utility cost of service studies.
Any objection? Hearing none, we'll accept the witness as an expert as stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stannard, if I may, would you please turn to WSSC Exhibit 44, which is at PDF page 1351 in the WSSC pre-filed exhibit book.
Sir, I have that.
Okay. Do you recognize that exhibit, Mr. Stannard, as your errata testimony that was filed in this matter?
Yes, sir, I do.
It is your pre-filed testimony dated August 18th of 2020 containing 9 pages. You do recognize that and can identify it as your pre-filed errata testimony, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any changes or corrections to be made to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Did you participate in the preparation of that testimony, and was it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
If I were to ask you today the same questions that are contained in that testimony, would your answers be the same as the answers set forth in the testimony?
Yes, they would.
Are all the answers in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, sir.
And would you adopt this testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, WSSC Exhibit 44, which is Mr. Stannard's testimony, was, I believe, subject to the previous stipulation and has been admitted in evidence.
That is correct.
And with that, I would tender Mr. Stannard for cross-examination.
Mr. Brenne, do you have cross-examination?
Yes, I do. Let me begin with Exhibit 44, Mr. Stannard. That would be your reply testimony on July 9th. In response to question 13, you talk about a survey.
Let me scroll down to that. Yes, sir.
Yes, you have done surveys, it appears, of how many utilities use uniform versus inclining block versus other rate structures in both water and sewer. Is that correct?
Let me add a little context to that, Mr. Brenne. My firm works with and collaborates with the American Water Works Association for a national water and wastewater rate survey that includes and develops information, solicits information from responding utilities throughout the United States, including, among other things, the nature of their rate structures that they've adopted.
So you're a user of that product, or do you contribute to that product?
My firm is responsible for conducting the surveys and synthesizing the information and producing the documents and the exhibits that go in that survey. And as such, it's part of my responsibility as a leader of the firm.
Very good. Let me ask you a direct question. I was, I have to say, stunned by the percentages that you cite, but I want to make sure I got them right. For water, you indicate that that survey showed that 38% of water utilities.
Mr. Brenne, you're going to have to start with that question again. You cut out.
A survey to say that 38% of those surveyed used uniform rates for water?
I'm sorry, Mr. Brenne, you'll need to restate that question. We lost connection with you.
Is it true that 38% of those surveyed? Oh my. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
You can hear me. Is it true that 38% of water utilities use uniform rates for water?
Of the survey respondents in 2018, as shown in the answer to my this question, 38% of the utilities responding to the survey use a uniform rate.
Is it trending up or down?
Not all the respondents respond every 2 years, so I can't really reply to the. I haven't looked at which of the utilities have replied every year, but as you can see, for uniform rates, it's over the past of the respondents, they kind of been up and down. But for example, in 2006, it was 40%. Now it's 38%. But the thing that is more telling, I believe, is the increasing use in the increasing block rates, which has supplanted the declining block rates that had been historically very common, particularly back in the 70s and 80s.
Very good. And turning to question 14, where you have similar survey results, but for sewer. You note that 75% of all utilities use uniform rates for sewer. Is that correct?
Yes, and that again, the responses, the respondents to the survey for wastewater, there was only 108 of that. 75% had uniform rates, and then the other breakdown of the types of rate structures are also shown as well.
Do you have an opinion as to why uniform is more popular for wastewater than for production?
I'm not sure if popular would be the term I would use, but I'd say more common. It's probably more common because of the nature of the industry and that many utilities bifurcate their billing or their rates between water or wastewater. There's wastewater only utilities, and part of it goes back to the formation of the Clean Water Act almost 50 years ago, which required, through the regulations of the construction grant program, the implementation of the user charge program by utilities. And prior to that, there was wastewater rates were typically just flat rate customers. So I think that what happened was most of the communities, when they went to wastewater rates, they just chose a uniform rate at that point.
Yes. Okay. Now I'm going to need some help, Mr. O'Connor, with my next question, which calls up the exhibit that has the cost of service tables 37 and 41. I believe it's a WSSC Exhibit 6. Exhibit 6. That's the beauty. And table 27, please, or 37, excuse me. Oop, just went past it. There it is. Mr. Standard, can you see table 37?
I can. Mr. O'Connor, can you increase the size of that? Would be helpful. You can do that. Great, thank you.
Mr. Standard, I don't know if you're familiar with this table, but that's the rate structure that came out of the cost of service study. Does that look familiar in terms of the declining unit costs as volume increases? Have you seen that in other cost of service studies?
As far as cost, when you say cost of service, from a cost of service standpoint, when you look at the cost of wastewater collection and treatment, that incorporates not only the handling of volume of the wastewater, but also the pollutant loadings of the wastewater. So I'd say, I think if your question is related to, these are a possible rate structure, not necessarily reflecting the declining cost of service based on increasing usage. I have not seen decreasing unit cost for wastewater. It's rare that I see a decreasing cost for wastewater with increased volume of wastewater.
What about water?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What about water?
Again, water, if again, if it's a cost of service, it depends on the load factors of the different customer types. And if it's just an average, you're doing an average of all customers, again, the cost of service is not going to be reflective in a necessarily reflective of a declining cost of unit cost with increased usage, unless there is a variance and change in the load factors by larger volume users. And when I say load factors, those are those peaking factors. So their maximum day as a percentage of their average day, or maximum hour as a percentage of their average day. So
that's something that we discussed with Ms. Lemoyne earlier. The peak use factors in the case of water and the capacity factors in the case of sewer. For this cost of service study, the tables that show the units of service, those two factors do favor are higher for residential customers. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't, but it's there's a lot of changes going on in the industry, and certainly some recent experience I've had in, for example, Arlington County, Virginia, where the number of non-residential users they have that use water-cooled air conditioners for their air conditioning services in the summer months actually have a higher peaking factor than the residential customers. Certainly the residential load factors can be greater because of lawn irrigation, because that will generally happen on the hot days of the year when customers are irrigating their properties. On the sewer side, it's a little more complex from the standpoint that even in the Black and Beach cost of service study that you referred to this morning with Ms. Lemoyne, looking at those units of service for wastewater for the sewer side, it was really a way to recognize that the wet weather flows, infiltration inflow, being a higher impact of peaking on capacity than just the average use of sanitary flow.
Yes. Well, I appreciate your insight, and that thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I interrupt for a moment? Your Honor.
O'Connor.
I understand Mr. Brenne is pro se, but my understanding is that the scope of the cross-examination is supposed to relate to the direct examination that was pre-filed. I have no doubt that Mr. Stannard could go on for some time talking about cost of service studies, but the cost of service study in this case was not the subject of his pre-filed testimony.
You are correct. Mr. Brenne, it's time to move on to a different line of questioning, please.
Actually, that concludes my questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Office of People's Counsel?
No questions from OPC.
Staff?
No questions from staff.
Mr. O'Connor, you have follow-up?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for your appearance today. I don't have any questions for you at this time either. Mr. O'Connor. Mr. O'Connor, does that
that concludes our witnesses, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Office of People's Counsel, do you have any witnesses?
OPC has no witnesses, Your Honor.
Staff, would you prefer for your witness to go through with your witness tonight, or would you prefer to wait until tomorrow?
We are available to proceed, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Does anybody need a 5-minute break before we get started with this witness?
Thank you for asking, Your Honor. I do.
Me too. Danny and I are on the same schedule.
Okay, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
How about 10 minutes? That'd be great, Your Honor.
10 minutes. We'll be back at 5:22. We can go off the record.
Thank you.
Off the record.
Mr. Brenne, are you online?
I am. Thank you.
Mr. Court Reporter, can we go back on the record?
Yes, we're on the record, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. McCurlin, do you want to call your first witness?
Your Honor, staff would like to call staff witness Mr. David Valcarengi, please. Good evening, Mr. Valcarengi. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Just 1 second, Ms. McCurlin. Mr. Valcarengi, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? You're going to have to unmute before you say I do.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh.
Hang on just 1 second.
When I
So I muted you, Mr. Valcarengi. Sometimes when we've had these types of feedback problems, headphones have been great, or muting the computer but calling in on a phone.
Is he talking, Your Honor?
I can email you an extra invitation if that would be helpful.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, sorry about the problems.
No worries. Can you turn off the visual on your phone? You have a visual?
Turn off what?
Are you calling in on a telephone number?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have the video up. I couldn't get the sound to come through my computer, so I've been listening through my phone.
Well, you've had all kinds of problems today. I'm not having any trouble seeing you and hearing you. I am supposedly the judger of fact and credibility, so I think that's okay. Does anyone else have any objection with going forward in this manner?
WSSC has no objections, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Mr. Valcarengi, I don't hear any objections from anyone else. Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
I don't know if it's awkward for you to hold the phone. You could try putting it on speaker if you want.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Okay. All right, Ms. McErlin, your witness.
Good evening, Mr. Valcarengi. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is David L. Valcarengi. Last name is spelled V for Virginia, A-L-C-A-R-E-N-G-H-I.
Mr. Valcarengi, by whom are you employed and what division?
I'm employed by the Maryland Public Service Commission. I serve as the Assistant Director of the Commission's Accounting Investigations Division.
You have for you a document titled Rebuttal Testimony of David Valcarengi on behalf of the staff of Maryland Public Service Commission, dated August 7, 2020, consisting of 9 pages.
I do.
Your Honor, I would like to have the rebuttal testimony marked for identification as Staff Exhibit Number 1, please.
I have in front of me a copy of the rebuttal testimony that was most recently filed, and it's in red line. Is that an okay version to use to mark?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it is. It has been marked. It actually has already been admitted by stipulation of the parties.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Also admitted is Mr. Valcarengi's list of commission testimony. So 1 and 2 have been admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Valcarengi, are you aware of 2 erratas to the rebuttal testimony? One filed on August 7th, 2020 as ML231393, and the second errata filed on October 29th, 2020 as ML232497, which reflects changes to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Are you aware that the erratas have been circulated to the parties?
I'm aware that the errata was circulated amongst the parties.
Do you have any other changes to your testimony?
No, I do not.
Was this document written by you and prepared or prepared under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
You taken together, these constitute your pre-filed testimony in this proceeding. Thank you, Your Honor. Staff witnesses are available for cross-examination.
I just have one question before we move to cross-examination. Can I use the October 29th second errata standing alone? Or do I also need to, I guess, have the changes that were in the first also been incorporated in the second?
Yes, all the changes are incorporated in the second errata.
So what I'm going to mark as Staff Exhibit 1 is the October 29th second errata.
That works well. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brenne, do you have cross-examination?
Yes, Judge, I do. Thank you. Mr. Valcarengi, I'm a little confused because of the iterations on errata. And
okay.
Could you please confirm for me which tables in the cost of service study you examined?
All of them.
All of them, okay.
I think, does this go to the reference that I changed in the testimony?
Yes, sir.
Because it says, I changed it to say tables 20 through 24 for water, and then tables 27 to 32 for wastewater. Both of those are in WSC Exhibit 6.
Very good. Are you aware that Not all those tables were used in developing the new rate structure?
I am, but they relate to the cost of service. I was trying to be broad-based in the identification.
Very good. So you have a favorable opinion of the cost of service study rate structure. Is that correct?
But I think the new rate, in my opinion, I think the rate structure as proffered by the WSSC is represents a reasonable rate structure.
Did you examine anything other than the tables in the cost of service study to reach that conclusion?
What are you referring?
I'm referring to the reply testimony of Ms. Lemoyne, where she introduced the factors that were applied against the cost of service study to come up with the new rate structure.
Well, those are elements that go into the cost of service. I don't think she reflects a different conclusion.
Very good. In order to, I think, assist with this examination, I need to bring up my table 11. No, excuse me. My disputed table 2B. And I just want to discuss the tableized data that was presented by Ms. Lemoyne. Your Honor, I may need your assistance to do this because I don't have the share button, and even if I did, I probably would fumble it. So this is my this is a table. No. There. We just put that one right there. Thank you. Mr. Valcarengi, can you see this table?
I can see it, sir.
Very good. The reason why I'm bringing this to your attention is that, as I think you noted,
Make an objection that this is testimony filed outside the procedural schedule, and that this is the first time that Mr. Valcarengi is seeing this table. But Mr. Brenne may concede with this question. I just want to reserve my objection.
Your Honor,
Your objection is noted for the record.
WSSC would also object for the reasons previously stated as it relates to this exhibit, Your Honor.
Both objections are noted for the record, and I will give to this questioning the weight that it deserves. Thank you. You may go forward, Mr. Brenne.
thank you. We went through this table with Ms. Lemoyne and Mr. Valcarengi. We confirmed that this table shows various factors that were applied to the costs in arriving at the new rate structure. The factors, as you see them, are presented in each tier as rows, and reading across, there were factors for the various cost components: base, max day, max hour, and water. And within sewer, the final columns were for volume and capacity. Do you see those factors?
Yes, I see the factors in the chart.
Yes, well, those factors were presented in the reply testimony of Ms. Lemoyne, and we confirmed that. And that was in her response to questions 32 and 37. Did you look at Ms. Lemoyne's reply testimony?
I did.
Excellent. So you've seen these factors before, is that correct?
I have. I can't say that I am adequately familiar. I don't recall this being a change to what was put forward previously. I think that this is just bringing out additional data.
So the reason why I'm asking, Mr. Valcarengi, is that in your rebuttal, in your testimony, you did not cite any of the responses that were provided in Ms. Lemoyne's reply testimony as something you had reviewed.
Oh, okay.
So, but you seem to be indicating that you did review the factors, and these are the factors that were in her reply testimony. Am I correctly interpreting what you've said?
Well, yes, they are, but they don't change my testimony.
Excellent. So, sir, as you look at these factors, do they appear to be round numbers to you?
Which numbers are you referring to? The 25?
100%, 25%, 50%, 125%?
Yes, they do appear to be round numbers.
When you examined these round numbers, how did you conclude that they were reasonable?
Well, I looked at it from the standpoint of what the ultimate rates produced by the study, not by the individual cost components. I looked at it from the standpoint of what the output produced by the cost of service. And in my mind, I looked at it from that standpoint and I said, you know, the costs are reasonable, or the rates are reasonable, excuse me.
Yeah, that's what I'm driving at, sir, is the rates. So the rates appeared in two places. There was a rate table in the cost of service study, table 37. Did you review that?
I did.
And and you've reviewed the new rate structure as well. Is that correct?
I have.
They look very different, don't they?
I can't recall as I sit here the differences in the rates.
Okay. Could we bring up, let's see, the easiest way to do this is, in this very, this same set of files, bring up the very first exhibit, Your Honor, please. Thank you. Well, below, there's the next page. There. Mr. Valcarengi, do you recognize this as the cost of service study rate tables?
I've seen this before, yes.
And do you find that these two rate tables were examples of declining unit costs?
Well, that's what the data shows in the chart. You can clearly see that the rates are going down by each tier.
Very good. And now if we could look at the new rate structure, and I have that as another 2 pages back in this same deck. Another page, please. Thank you, right there. This is excerpted from the WSSC exhibit list. Mr. Valcarengi, that is the new rate structure.
Yes.
And
I think that same table or elements of that are in my testimony.
This table is?
Not that specific, but the rates that the current WSSC rates are in my testimony at page 5.
Yes. So you've reviewed this rate table, and as you've observed it, it's an inclining block rate structure, isn't it?
It is.
So in your mind, as you examined the cost of service study, which came up with a declining unit cost rate structure, and compared it to the final new rate structure, which is in front of you now, how did you reconcile the differences?
Well, I think you have to take into consideration conservation, affordability, the elements that were discussed previously by witnesses during the day. Those elements, as discussed, get you to the rates that are in this table on the screen.
Very good. Your Honor, could we go back to my table 2A, which is that beauty right there? So conversion factors from the cost of service rate tables to the new rate structure are in fact these percentages that are shown in this table. And those percentages account for these other objectives that you noted: conservation, affordability, rate stability, etc. Did you find that these factors were reasonable?
No, I don't find them to be unreasonable. As I stated earlier, you look at the output that came from the cost of service. I think the output, which is on the chart that we were just looking at, I think those rates are reasonable.
Do you think that they're supported by the cost of service study, sir?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Connor,
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Ryan,
No questions from OPC, Your Honor.
Ms. McErlin.
Just a quick redirect, Your Honor. Mr. Balkaranji, in drafting your testimony, you referred to the Mr. Gordon Brenne's filings and his replies, and the reply testimony submitted by WSC and numerous interrogatories submitted to the PSC, WSC, and Mr. Brenne, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Good evening, Mr. Balkaranji.
Good evening.
The question just asked by Ms. McErlin is a question and response in your testimony at page 2, lines 11 through 14. Is that correct?
If you give me a second.
Or
I'm sorry, can you give me that again?
page 2,
okay.
lines 11 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. I realize that you're an accounting witness, but you're the only staff witness, so you're gonna have to bear with me for a couple of questions. And you either know the answer or you don't, and that's fine with me.
Okay.
When speaking about the average user, and then looking at a household of 6 people, at an average use rate, are there efficiencies the larger amount, the more people living in a household? And do you know what they are, even if we can't quantify them?
Do I know if there are efficiencies with greater uses of water in a household?
Can you give us an example of efficiencies that might occur in a 6-person household, reflecting average use per person, as opposed to a 1 or 2-person household?
It's difficult to assert what an average consumption with a household would be. I mean, certainly the appliances and so forth, and how much consumption each person uses per day would go into that calculation. But I don't know how you make that calculation without knowing. There isn't data that says a 6-person household is going to use, or we don't know how many people are within the residences that are in the WSC territory.
You state in your testimony, and I can't remember where it is, I'm looking right now, that that Mr. Brenne is arguing for uniform flat rates, and that logic, oh, here it is, page 8, lines 10 through 19.
Yeah, one of the problems with a uniform rate is that it's going to drastically increase the cost to a low volume user and at the same time decrease the cost to a high volume user. And if you look at the first tier as a tier that's supposed to be for minimum use or use for human needs, you're systematically increasing the charge for that type of consumption, thereby impacting the I guess you could call the most vulnerable of the population.
And does the cost of service study support your assertion there?
I think it's simple. You would have to say it's simple economics because those on the bottom end, to the extent that they can't pay, they're going to have an even more difficult time paying if the cost in that first tier is raised systematically.
Did staff flag the did you look into the unaccounted water rate in this case?
I did not look into the unaccounted for rate, but I heard testimony earlier. I can't remember whether it was Mr. Hilton or another gentleman that indicated it was roughly 18%. And I think generally for staff, we've looked at things that said, I recall if it was 20% or less, that's generally reasonable.
Thank you. That was my question. Did staff undertake a comparison to the rates in local markets as suggested by Mr. Brenne, and why or why not?
I did not attempt to do that for several reasons. What you're trying to do in each and every case is reflect costs pertinent from that particular utility. What happens in another utility may not be germane to what goes on for this utility. So, I mean, it would be one thing if we went through and did the analysis and the rates were $500 and every utility across the board were $50. I think at that point, you know, you would have to start peeling the onion back and going, well, you know, well, why are the costs of such drastic measure, or such drastically different results? But I did not systematically go and compare it to other utilities across either Maryland or surrounding states.
Okay, and as a staff witness, have you handled other cases where there's a conservation study of the customers of a particular utility after a new rate has been put into place?
I have not, but generally it's my understanding that an inclining block structure, which is being advocated here, is something generally part and parcel in order to ferret out that result, in order to put in conservation. Now, I haven't reviewed a specific plan for either WSSC or another utility that gets to a specific result.
Yeah, that answers my question. Mr. Valcarengi, I realize that staff has various expertise, water, electricity, taxi rates, gas, among other things. Do you have do you have any experience with the water industry?
I used to be manager of rates and regulation for Artesian Water for a period of 5 years. During that time, I was specifically in charge of developing revenue requirements and allocating costs to various classes of customers. Artesian Water Company is a company that's based in Delaware, and they have a small amount of service in Cecil County, Maryland.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Valcorangi. I don't have any further questions. Ms. McCurlin, do you have any questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your appearance, Mr. Valcorangi.
Thank you.
Does that complete staff's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Brenne, at this point, I would, you have the burden of proof, it's your complaint. I would turn to you to see if there's any further testimony that's been narrowed down by the issues that we've heard about today.
No, Your Honor, I am very prepared to prepare my brief and anxious to learn what the schedule is. Thank you.
Okay, are there, before we get to briefing, do any of the parties have any other evidentiary issues that we need to take care of at this time?
None for WSSC, Your Honor.
Okay, I see some shaking of heads. Mr. Brenne and WSSC and others, are we thinking about one round of briefs or 2 rounds of briefs?
If we were to follow, Your Honor, for WSSC, if we were to follow the pattern of our direct testimony and the replies and the surrebuttal, I think it would make sense to have Mr. Brenne file his brief, and then the WSSC and the other parties would reply.
Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to allow initial briefs and reply briefs, and
Okay.
parties can file whichever one or both that they choose. Today is November the 9th. So allowing 2 rounds of briefing, 3 weeks for the first and 2 weeks for the second puts us due on November the initial brief on November the 30th, and the reply brief on December the 14th. Do I have any objections to those?
Your Honor, if I might suggest simply moving the brief from November 30th to December 1st or 2nd, that being the Monday after coming back from the Thanksgiving holiday, it might be easier on everyone to have an extra day or 2 to finalize things.
That's fine with me. December 2nd and December 16th. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
And the initial brief will be due on December the 2nd by close of business, and the reply brief will be due on December the 16th. Are there any other issues that the parties would like to take up today?
None.
I would sincerely like to thank everyone, and especially you, Mr. O'Connor, for your patience with this process and with your professionalism. I really appreciate the way that everyone handled themselves today on this hearing, and I'm just very grateful.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a pleasure.
I look forward to seeing your briefs, and we can go off the record.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We're
you.
off the record, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.